Chapter 3371. It was a full moon. Yeah, your soul force is stronger than his, and you can resist for a longer time, so you still have a chance to succeed. How about it? Do you want to bet with us? You have to know that you have no other choice. The dragon demons spoke one after another. Lin Ling continued to ponder. Although he didn't completely believe these dragon monsters, everything was as the dragon monster had said. He had no other choice. Just by himself, he was definitely not the old man's match. If he gathered these dragon demons, then there was still a chance. I'll bet, but what's your plan? Lin Ling asked again. That ghost dragon god has the ability to control our life and death, but when he replaces you, this ability will be greatly weakened. We can also charge into the palace and attack him, disrupting everything he does. This is the plan. What you need to do is to resist his devouring with all your strength. If you are devoured, his power will enter your body and we will all die. The dragon demons explained. Lin Ling immediately nodded. This means that we can only wait for him to devour me. That's right, seize this opportunity and leave this place. After a short conversation, Lin Ling roughly understood the situation in his heart. Subsequently, he followed little Kunlun back to the palace and roughly told Du Kanying and the rest about the situation. Without a doubt, Do Ing and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Ghost Dragon God. Lin Ling's gaze was somewhat solemn. He was certain that this dragon god was a powerhouse left behind from the era of gods. However, he had mistakenly entered the rainbow world and was subdued by the gods here. There are so many experts left behind by the gods in the sky of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Even though he had returned to being Li Xiaoyao and was a prodigy of the 9 continents, he still felt that the world was vast and boundless. Ask that old man to send over more treasures. After that, Lin Ling made a decision. Since the old man wanted to harm him, Lin Ling didn't need to be polite. As for Lin Ling's request, the guards didn't have any objections. Whatever Lin Ling wanted, they would give it to him. This led to Lin Ling obtaining many treasures. He used all of these treasures to help little Kunlun grow. Because at present, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to increase his strength in the short term. On the other hand, little Kunlun would be able to display its might faster. As for the broken sword, it was the afterimage. With the help of those treasures, their strength had increased greatly. The afterimage had reached the late stage of the Saint Realm, while the broken sword was at the same realm as Lin Ling. As for the old man, he was still the same as before. Every day, he would come to find Xiao Yu and the others. His face was kind, as if his real goal was to make Lin Ling and the others stay. This hypocrisy made Lin Ling and company feel a chill in their hearts. If not for the dragon demon's reminder, Lin Ling and company would never have guessed the old man's intentions. Time passed just like that. Lin Ling realized that the bright moon in the sky was gradually becoming round. He had a feeling that once the moon became round, everything would begin. Whether Lin Ling would stay in this damned place forever or leave this place depended on that moment. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The palace suddenly became lively. Many lanterns were hung up. However, if one looked carefully, these lanterns were a little strange. They were like the ghost lanterns hanging in an uninhabited town. The old man invited Lin Ling and company to admire the moon in the palace's garden. This let Lin Ling know that everything had begun. The bright moon shrouded the earth. When Lin Ling and company appeared in the garden, it was already filled with immortal wine and immortal fruits. Immortal qi floated in the air. It was like a paradise. The old man invited Lin Ling and company to sit. After a few cups of wine, the old man looked at the moon in the sky. Every time the moon is full, I feel a sense of nostalgia. The moon is the brightness of my hometown. Senior's home isn't here, right? Lin Ling drank the wine and smiled. The old man nodded. I've been here for a long time. It's been so long that I've forgotten the taste of my hometown. Only in my dreams do I remember how beautiful my hometown was. Every time the moon is full, all the warriors will swallow the moon, triggering a great battle. I really miss it. Senior must be very strong in your hometown. Lin Ling asked. Hearing this, the old man shook his head. My hometown is very ancient. It's as famous as the gods. Even before the gods fell, my hometown was an existence that couldn't be underestimated. In my hometown, I'm just a very ordinary existence." Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. He knew that the old man's hometown was the dragon tribe. However, the old man was so powerful, but he was also a very ordinary existence in the dragon tribe. This meant that the real dragon tribe was terrifying. "Little friend, during this time, how have I treated you?" Suddenly, the old man looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling said politely, "Senior has treated me very well. If that's the case, why don't you do me a favor? Let me go home and take a look. Just one look is enough." The old man begged. Lin Ling's heart changed. He immediately shook his head and said, "If I want to leave, I'll leave with Senior." He knew that the main topic had begun. However, the old man laughed, and his laughter was somewhat sinister. "We can't leave, we can't leave. Only one of us can leave because the seal here is to seal a true dragon god's bloodline. Those trash in the Silent Mountain range seem to have the dragon god's bloodline, but it's not pure. Only you can leave." "Senior, what are you trying to do?" Lin Ling's voice immediately turned cold. I'm sorry. You have to stay here forever. Everything here belongs to you. I just want to go back and take a look. Even one look is enough." The old man stood up. His face was extremely cold. He said he wanted to take a look. This was obviously a lie. If he left, he would never return. A powerful force appeared in his hand and shrouded the garden. Lin Ling and the rest couldn't move. "Young master! Big brother!" Xiao Yu, Du Ying and the rest shouted. However, they couldn't help. "Little friend, I'm sorry." The old man's face became terrifying. He bared his fangs like an evil spirit. His body didn't move. However, he opened his mouth and spat out a black dragon shadow. This dragon shadow was like a demon and it ferociously pounced on Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't move. He could only watch as the dragon shadow pounced on him. Although he had already sensed it, he couldn't resist the old man's powerful strength. "Little Kunlun!" he shouted in his heart. At the same time, the black vines on his left arm began to grow wildly. They swam along the ground and actually wrapped around the old man's entire body. This move immediately slowed down the old man's dragon shadow by a bit. "It seems that you've also sensed it. However, you still can't stop me." The dragon shadow floated in the air and let out a cold voice. Chapter 3372. Battle with the Ghostly Dragon God. Rumble. Little Kunlun's strength had increased greatly during this period of time, and the vines continued to cut at the old man's body. At the same time, there was a roar from afar, and the ground shook. The dragon demons of the Silent Mountain range had finally made their move. "Damned slaves! How dare you resist when I'm distracted? Stop them!" The black, ghostly dragon shadow roared. He had left his physical body, so he could not control the life and death of the dragon demons. He needed a physical body and the pure bloodline of the dragon god. The maids and guards in the palace tore their clothes apart, turning into ugly corpses. These corpses had dragon scales on them, but they were clearly not humans. Little Yu and the rest narrowed their eyes. They had not expected the beautiful maids to be corpses that were smelly. Only Lin Ling had sensed it. He hoped that the dragon demons would rush into the garden and stop the ghostly dragon god. Rumble. The ground continued to shake, as though the heavens were falling. A powerful aura arrived, and the palace was about to collapse. When the dragon demons arrived, they tore at the corpses in a frenzy. Finally, they rushed into the garden and attacked the old man's corpse. This was their last chance. They had to destroy the old man's dragon body. The attacks of the dragon demons were extremely powerful, but the ghostly dragon god was indeed the most ancient existence. He was only injured. A black dragon armor appeared on his body, and his defense was extremely strong. Crack, crack, crack. Even the vines of little Kunlun could not cut through the black dragon armor. "All of you must die." The ghostly dragon god's soul let out a low roar and pounced on Lin Ling again. However, the attacks of the dragon demons were not without help. At least, with the ghostly dragon god's avatar, Lin Ling and the rest could control their bodies. Lin Ling did not waste time. At the critical moment, he went all out, and his talent fused to become a half-dragon god. The heavenly dragon protection floated above his left hand, and the great nether wind dragon above his right hand. The purest dragon god bloodline also exploded. Calamity destroying Sun Bao. The power of the great solar calamity Bao at full power was extraordinary. 6 shots later, the dragon gods above Lin Ling's had transformed into arrows that pierced through the earth. Rumble. The palace shook continuously under the barrage of arrows. The expressions of the dragon demons changed drastically. They did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase again in such a short period of time. The gap between them and him was not that big. Everyone, do your best. With the addition of Lin Ling, all the dragon demons fought with their lives on the line, constantly attacking the old man's body. At this moment, the great battle had already reached its climax. One was for freedom. The other was a substitute. They were all fighting for their own beliefs. Bang, bang, bang. As for the old man's physical body, the injuries were getting worse and worse. As a result, the soul of the ghost dragon god could only ignore the physical body and rush into Lin Ling's body. As long as he seized Lin Ling's physical body, he would be able to transfer the power of his physical body to Lin Ling's physical body. During this period of contact, he knew that Lin Ling's talent was extremely good. His physical body was perfect, and he even possessed the dragon god's bloodline. Therefore, he would definitely not let go of such an excellent physical body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was as if countless ghostly auras had enveloped Lin Ling's entire body and rushed into his body. Lin Ling's soul immediately sensed a terrifying power attacking him. This made him fight with all his might. What? Your soul power is so strong. Suddenly, the voice of the ghost dragon god came from Lin Ling's body. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling's soul power to be beyond his imagination. Dragon soul! He roared. He could only choose to fight head-on. At this critical moment, the dragon demons fought even harder. They exploded with 120% of their strength because they knew that if the ghost dragon god succeeded, they would all die. As a result, the old man's physical body was injured even more severely. This also caused the ghost dragon god's soul in Lin Ling's body to become more difficult to seize Lin Ling's physical body. Bastard! The ghost dragon god roared. Originally, everything was very simple. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Ling's soul power and missed out on the dragon demons. This caused the situation to become more troublesome. However, his strength was still much stronger than Lin Ling and the others. Therefore, the difficulty had only increased. It did not mean that he had failed. He continued to attack Lin Ling's soul power, trying to seize Lin Ling's body. However, Lin Ling felt a terrifying force occupying his body. His soul power was shaking as if it was about to be driven out. True inheritance dark sword. At this critical moment, Lin Ling erupted with his trump card. The sword gate behind him shot out numerous swords towards the old man's body. As long as the old man's body was destroyed, the ghost dragon god's soul would be greatly injured. At that time, he would not be able to control Lin Ling's body. Why do you have so many methods? The ghost dragon god was shocked again. He felt that his body was being cut up by swords. These swords actually had the power to kill gods. They were too powerful. The old man's body was constantly being cut up. His bones were broken and his scales were scattered all over the ground. The dragon demons naturally seized the opportunity to devour all the flesh and blood on the ground, not allowing the old man to recover. At this moment, both sides were racing against time. Would Lin Ling's body be occupied faster, or would the old man's body be destroyed faster? You guys underestimate me too much. Seeing Lin Ling and the others' momentum increase, the ghost dragon god seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. His soul seemed to be chanting something, and an ancient aura immediately spread out from his body. The originally bloody body began to change at this moment, turning into a huge black dragon god. This dragon god's body was ferocious. It lay quietly on the ground, giving off an irresistible feeling. At the same time, the entire gorgeous dragon palace began to shake. The bones began to disperse, shooting towards the black dragon god and fusing with it. What? This palace is the ghost dragon god's body? The dragon demons were shocked. They finally knew the ghost dragon god's true power. Even Afterimage and the others were shocked. They had a feeling that the ghost dragon god's power had reached the level of a half-step martial god. If his soul had not left his body, coupled with the cooperation of Lin Ling and the other dragon demons, no one would have been able to withstand the ghost dragon god's attack with just one finger. Because his soul had left his body, the ghost dragon god's strength had been greatly weakened. Go to hell. 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe, Ghost Dragon Series, 100 bones of the mist cloth. A roar exploded from Lin Ling's body. It was the ghost dragon god's voice. He used his voice to control his body and unleash a powerful killing move. 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe. This was the same divine powers of the dragon tribe that Lin Ling's calamity-destroying Sun Bao was not passed down to outsiders. There were 8 such powerful divine powers in the dragon tribe. Chapter 3373. Fight to the death, ancient demon. Puff, puff, puff. A storm appeared and the dragon demons were swept up by the black bones. Their bodies seemed to have been cut open and they fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Looking around, the scene is extremely terrifying because the ground is full of broken demon arms, wings and other things. The ghost dragon god defeated all the dragon demons with one move. It is so terrifying. Of course, the ghost dragon god was not unscathed. After using this move, its body also disappeared, leaving behind only a round black pearl. This seemed to be a dragon pearl. However, the dragon pearl is not destroyed, which means that the old man is not dead. Looking at Lin Ling's side, everyone has lost the ability to fight. Although Lin Ling's soul force is strong, he can only resist. And this kind of resistance will not last for long. Moreover, after his body was invaded by a mysterious force, he gradually lost control of his body. This made Lin Ling's soul anxious. Is he going to become a lonely ghost and be trapped here forever? Meanwhile, the tortoise dragon god seized his body and returned to his hometown to seize everything from him. Yu and Yue, everyone. At that time, even Yu and the others would not be able to sense that it is a fake Lin Ling. I can't be trapped here, I absolutely can't. Lin Ling's soul roared as he controlled the primal chaos divine formula to refine the power in his body. The ghost dragon god's soul immediately let out a painful cry, but he roared and said, "Good, you actually hit a power that even I don't know about. Great, great, all of this is mine." Although the primal chaos divine formula is continuing to refine the power, the ghost dragon god is too powerful. Before it is completely refined, Lin Ling has already lost control of his body. Sir, don't lose. Seeing Lin Ling's face constantly changing, sometimes transforming into Lin Ling and sometimes into the ghost dragon god, the dragon demons on the ground are all shouting. They were truly impressive. Even though they were cut into pieces, they were still alive. Young master, let me help you. That Afterimage took a big step forward and rushed towards the dragon pearl. He launched a fatal attack in an attempt to break the dragon pearl. However, even though the dragon ball was already very weak, with Do Ying's strength, it still couldn't cause fatal damage. Time was also getting shorter and shorter. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul seemed to be burning. Li Xiaoyao's memories were circulating in his soul. He was looking for a way to break the spell. However, facing such a situation, even if Li Xiaoyao was here, there was nothing he could do. Destroy the Dragon Balls and I'll win. Lin Ling's soul knew the key to victory or defeat, but even if he could still control his body, he didn't have the power to destroy the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Lin Ling's soul trembled. He had an idea. However, this method was very dangerous, because he had to give up on fighting for the body with the ghost dragon deity, and use all of his soul force in other places. However, this may be the only way to destroy the Dragon Balls. I'll bet on it. Lin Ling's soul force let out a firm voice. In this life, this was the first time he used his soul force like this, causing his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes to operate crazily. At this moment of life and death, he thought of his greatest enemy, Tianlioli. He thought of the little things he couldn't let go of in the 9 continents. He also thought of an Yuer who had forgotten about him but gave up everything for him. And Yuer didn't come back, so how could he Lin Ling be trapped here? Boom. His soul force crazily exploded, from level 8,000 to level 10,000. The terrifying soul force fluctuation actually destroyed the entire Silent Mountain. This mysterious world was destroyed by Lin Ling's soul power and was in a sorry state. This brat with endless potential, could he be a descendant of a god? However, even if you are a god, it's useless. In another incense's time, I will be able to seize your body. The ghost dragon deity was also shocked. If Lin Ling had exploded with such soul force from the start, it would have been even harder for him to enter Lin Ling's body. You will never be able to seize my body. The formless soul force was like tentacles, bearing fangs and brandishing claws outside of Lin Ling's body. Shameless boasting. The ghost dragon deity mockingly roared. Lin Ling didn't waste any time with him. He pushed his soul force to the limit and roared, "Innate fusion, transformation." With level 10,000 soul force, Lin Ling's 3 great innate talents fused together, causing his body to be incomparably powerful. However, it didn't stop there. The soul force bearing fangs and brandishing claws actually sucked in the surrounding dragon deity's body, like a medium, fusing all the dragon deity's power. This change shocked the dragon deities. They couldn't control their bodies and could only fuse with Lin Ling's body. This method came from the Lion King. However, in the past, Lin Ling had only fused his innate talents, not external objects. Now, he couldn't care less. He only knew that after fusing his innate talents with the dragon deities, his strength would reach an unprecedented peak. Rumble. Terrifying auras erupted. One should know that there were countless dragon deities here, the weakest of which was at the late sage realm. There were also many martial ancestors. When these terrifying existences fused together, a terrifying monster appeared on the ground. It was like a monster that had been abandoned by the gods, or rather, a monster that even the gods were afraid of. This was because it didn't look like a human, a ghost, a dragon, or a monster. It could be said that it had already transcended the control of the gods. This monster grew rapidly. It was hundreds of meters tall and had all kinds of demonic beast limbs on its body. There were bear paws, eagle wings, dragon claws, and dragon fangs. Its body was pitch black and a murderous aura filled the air. Its terrifying aura was comparable to that of a martial god. Boom! It roared into the sky, revealing sharp fangs in its mouth as if it was an ancient divine ape. Rumble! The sound wave caused the space to shatter. Even in the distant demon desert, sand waves rose into the sky, shocking the warriors of the Rainbow Realm. They looked into the depths of the demon desert, wondering what had happened to the demon that had been sealed by the gods. "Old man, you want to seize my physical body? Are you qualified?" The tall, ancient monster roared towards the sky, and it actually carried a wisp of a domineering aura as if it was nothing but me. "You!" Inside the ancient deity's body, the ghost dragon deity let out an incredulous cry. He was familiar with this technique. It was a dragon clan technique that he had imparted to Yuxamo. And now, this kid had learned it. Most importantly, this kid's soul power had suddenly soared. It felt like the student had surpassed the master. "Old man, your sweet dream is over." The ancient deity revealed its fangs and moved, disappearing on the spot. In front of the pitch-black dragon pearl, a tall figure appeared. He raised his foot high and stomped down heavily. "No!" The ghost dragon deity roared anxiously. However, it was useless. He had yet to fully control Lin Ling's physical body and could only watch as the foot stomped down heavily. Boom! This mysterious world was shattered by the stomp. It was terrifying. This was destroying a world with one stomp. Chapter 3374. Escape alive. At this moment, how could the dragon pearl withstand the ancient monster's kick? With a cracking sound, it shattered. At the same time, A black shadow uncontrollably flew out from the ancient monster's body. Clearly, its body was mostly destroyed and the ghost dragon god no longer had the powerful strength it had before. I won't let you off. The shadow disappeared into the shattered dragon pearl. Its voice was filled with unwillingness. After the dragon pearl shattered, it turned into several rays of light and shot into the distance. It's too late to leave now. Seeing this, the tall monster punched the sky, causing the void to explode. Those rays of light immediately swayed. 3 of them were knocked down while the rest flew into the distance. After the rays of light fell to the ground, they immediately turned into fragments of the dragon pearl. Young master, it's a success. Seeing this, Xiaoyu and Du Kanying were overjoyed. They did not expect Lin Ling to break the ghost dragon god's method. Kakaka. At the same time, the tall monster began to bleed. Pieces of flesh and blood were stripped off. It looked somewhat terrifying. However, the parts that were stripped were the limbs of the dragon demons. The black light began to shrink and gradually turned into the size of an ordinary person, revealing a pale young man. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was breathing heavily, but the corners of his mouth were curved into a smile. This time, he had made the right bet. After the ghost dragon god's soul left its body, its strength had weakened a lot. In addition, it was besieged by the dragon demons and Lin Ling's powerful soul force had fused with it. In the end, it was seriously injured. Its attempt to seize Lin Ling's body had also failed. Sir, you've won. At this moment, the limbs on the ground began to fuse together. Lin Ling nodded and picked up the 3 shattered dragon pearls on the ground. These were the most ancient dragon god's power. He would not waste them. Carefully sizing up these dragon pearl fragments, Lin Ling could see black clouds rolling inside. It was as if a ghost dragon was roaring. Your Excellency, these dragon ball fragments are precious treasures. I once heard the ghost dragon god say that there are ranks in the dragon race, and the dragon ball is used to determine the rank. This shows how precious the dragon ball is. The surrounding dragon demons fused together and restored their dragon demon bodies. However, they were still heavily injured. Soon after, a tree-like dragon demon said, "Let's leave this place immediately." The ghost dragon god is very strong. He can recover for a short period of time, and if he recovers 60% of his strength, we won't be able to resist him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded and hurriedly walked towards the palace with Xiaoyu. The palace had already disappeared and a huge whirlpool had appeared on the ground. The whirlpool spun as if it led to another place. Go! Under the lead of the dragon demons, Lin Ling carried Xiaoyu on his back and leaped into the huge whirlpool with Du Kanying and the rest. Rumble! A rumbling sound immediately rang in their ears. After a long time, a scorching wind blew over. Only then did Lin Ling and the rest realize that they had already returned to the demon desert. Under the storm, the rolling yellow sand moved like ripples on the surface of the water. However, it shook the spirits of the dragon demons. They looked around and their eyes became moist. How many years had it been? They had been trapped for so many years, and now they finally saw the real world. I thought I would never have the chance to leave in this lifetime. The dragon demons all knelt down and roared at the sky, venting the excitement in their hearts. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. He could understand the excitement in their hearts because even he could not endure for many years in a place like the Silent Hills, let alone these dragon demons who had been trapped for countless years. Your Excellency, thank you. All the dragon demons looked at Lin Ling and said gratefully, "We all have our own needs." Lin Ling waved his hand. Without the help of the dragon demons, he would not have been able to leave that ghostly world, so he was not much help. Moreover, although he was trapped there, he had also obtained many benefits. His strength had greatly increased. By the way, I'm not from the rainbow world. I want to leave this place. Do you know the way out? Lin Ling then asked. The dragon demons immediately looked at each other. One of them smiled and said, "It's not difficult to leave this place. You just need to find the teleportation point. The teleportation point of the rainbow world is in the vast land of Yushi." How do you know? Hearing this, Lin Ling was surprised. Hee hee, Because I'm not from the rainbow world. I'm a warrior from the 9 states. A long time ago, I accidentally entered this place. Later, I was captured by the ghost dragon god's lizard dragon demon and brought into that ghostly world. The dragon demon said, "That's great. Let's leave this place together." Lin Ling was originally afraid that he would not be able to find a way to leave, but now everything was solved. Xiao Yu and Du Kanying were also incomparably happy. The trip to the rainbow world was a narrow escape, but in the end, they made it out alive. All of this seemed simple, but only those who had experienced it personally would know how terrifying the danger was. "Sir, we'll leave with you." At this time, many dragon demons looked at Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling somewhat puzzled. If he remembered correctly, these dragon demons were originally warriors from the rainbow world. However, the ghost dragon god had used other methods to turn them into dragon demons. Now that they had come out, it should be because they wanted to stay in the rainbow world. After so many years, everything is still the same, but people have changed. The dragon demons sighed. They had been trapped for so many years. Their former relatives and friends were probably all dead. There was nothing in the rainbow world that they could not bear to part with. Right now, their only pursuit was martial arts. They wanted to step onto the peak of martial arts. We've heard of the 9 states world. It's said that it's bigger and more ancient than the rainbow world. Therefore, we want to take a look. "Sir, let's go together. Moreover, we owe you a favor and want to repay you." The dragon demons all spoke up. "All right, let's leave together. However, you're so big. I'm afraid that you'll cause a bloody storm when you return to the 9 states. Lin Ling did not object to them following him, but he would definitely attract attention if he brought a group of dragon demons with him. This was not something that Lin Ling wanted to see. "This is very simple. The Dragon Ball from before can carry us. After all, we were created by the ghost dragon god with his own bloodline." One of the eagle-like dragon demons said with a smile. "That's good." Lin Ling quickly took out the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball had the pure bloodline of the dragon god. It allowed the dragon demons to merge into it as if their bloodlines had fused. Moreover, these dragon demons were previously heavily injured. At this moment, they could recover from their injuries in the Dragon Ball. After that, Lin Ling held Xiao Yu's hand and ran towards the distance according to the dragon demon's instructions. Chapter 3375. Go home. Your Excellency, the rainbow cloud will appear in every part of the rainbow world, but it has a special characteristic. Every time it appears and disappears, it will appear in a few places, and this place is one of them. This is the result of my many years of investigation in the rainbow world, but remember, you only have one incense stick of time. A voice came out of the Dragon Ball, which made Lin Ling nod his head. After that, Lin Ling quietly waited on top of the mountain. "It's time to go home, big brother Lin Ling. I miss big sister Yu and the others." Xiao Yu held onto Lin Ling's hand as she looked into the distance. Her eyes were filled with joy. "I miss them too." Lin Ling also looked into the distance, a hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. He missed you, Grandpa Mother, and he... Moreover, he didn't know how Big Brother and the others were doing or how the God-Slayer Alliance was doing. And what about the new heavenly courts? At this moment, it was as if he had stayed in the rainbow world for a very long time. Luckily, his strength had improved significantly. He was no longer a worthy opponent among the martial sacred realm cultivators. He could even fight against an early-stage martial progenitor. Moreover, in the entire JoJo, there were countless powerhouses. However, in terms of the number of trump cards in the Sage realm, no one could compare with Lin Ling. In particular, the talent fusion god art he learned in the rainbow world allowed Lin Ling's power to enter a new domain. Therefore, even if he returned, Lin Ling was not an existence that could be trampled on. "He's here." At this moment, the Dragon Ball spoke, causing Lin Ling and the others to look into the distance. In the distant sky, the scene of burning clouds appeared. However, within these rolling clouds, there was a colorful layer of clouds hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. Rainbow clouds, aren't these rainbow clouds? Seeing this, Lin Ling and the others were all excited. The clouds slowly spread over, pausing around the mountain before gradually dispersing. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling and the others moved. They leaped forward and pierced through the clouds. After catching sight of the colorful clouds, they shot into them. The colorful rainbow clouds contained a great power. When Lin Ling and the others entered, they immediately seemed to pierce through the void. When they appeared again, a familiar smell hit them in the face. Looking around, this was an endless starry world. It looked very quiet, but it was full of mysteries. This is the Jojo. The dragon pearl immediately emitted a lot of light. Around Lin Ling, powerful dragon demons appeared. Some of them transformed into eagle dragons that covered the sky, some transformed into bear demon dragons, and so on. At this moment, they were all looking at the void in shock. That's right, but this is the void. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly as the smile on his face deepened. This is indeed a world of the rainbow world. All the dragon demons were shocked. Yearning appeared in their eyes. It was a yearning for a stronger world, a more mysterious world. Are there many strong people here? A dragon demon looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling nodded. Jojo, the void has endless myths. There are many strong people like the ghost dragon god. Chichi. Hearing this, all the dragon demons sucked in a breath of cold air, but they also looked forward to it. Do you want to leave by yourselves? Or continue to follow me? Lin Ling asked. However, all the dragon demons chose to follow Lin Ling. After all, they had just arrived here and were unfamiliar with everything. Therefore, they would know more if they followed Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood quietly in the void. He had many things to do now, such as returning to the Yen state and seeing what the Flame Emperor could do. He also wanted to visit his master in the spirit state. However, Lin Ling chose to return to the Qing state in the end. He had not been home for too long. Let's go home. After making a decision, Lin Ling led Xiao Yu and the others forward. All right, we can see Sister Yu and the others. Xiao Yu waved her little fists, looking extremely happy. The Qing state was the weakest divine prefecture in the 9 states. However, all of Lin Ling's family and friends were here at this moment. The strongest person here was only at the Sage-to-be realm. The Qing emperor was also the 3rd princess. However, there was also a myth in the 9 states. This was the hometown of the son of the devil of the God-Slayer alliance. The son of the devil was now famous in the 9 states. In the past, he had destroyed the gods and killed the demons. He had even dared to go head-to-head with the new heavenly court. Under the pursuit of countless strong people in the Yen state, he had killed countless sage realm experts and left proudly. This was a miraculous event in the 9 states. When many people talked about the God-Slayer alliance, the son of the devil would definitely be mentioned. The son of the devil had become the flag of the God-Slayer alliance. In the Qing state, the son of the devil was a legend, a myth. Everyone knew that the son of the devil was Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was also the Qing emperor behind the scenes in the Qing state. When Lin Ling appeared in the sky above the Qing state, his eyes looked down at the earth below. Bits and pieces of the past flowed through his mind. The Qing state was still very lively. Compared to the time when Lin Ling had left, the cultivators here were much stronger. The great Azure Divine dynasty still stood at the peak of the Qing state. The ancient power was also protecting the entire Qing state. In the past, my strength was not enough to fight against the ancient power. But now, the ancient power of the Qing state is no longer a threat to me. Lin Ling looked at the people and felt as if he had aged a lot. The battles in the past, the years in the past, those memories of the past were like things that had happened a long, long time ago. Let's go down. After that, Lin Ling held Xiao Yu's hand and walked towards the Qing state. The Qing state was still like a huge monster sitting on the earth. It was still divided into 5 ring cities that were used to determine the strength of cultivators. In the outermost ring city, the most famous was the Heavenly Saint Academy. The Resplendent Academy and the Zhongling Academy were the 3 great academies. In the past, Lin Ling had practiced martial arts in the Resplendent Academy. When Lin Ling appeared in the outermost ring city, The corners of his mouth revealed a nostalgic smile. This was because he saw many young people from the 10,000 worlds. They had also rushed to the 3 great academies to learn martial arts. They wanted to take off from here and fly to the world of the 9 states. The 3 great academies of the Qing state can't be compared to the other divine prefectures. The recruitment here is also much more lax. Lin Ling said as he walked. He remembered that when he first went to the Resplendent Academy, he had gone through several tests before finally entering the academy. At that time, his strength was as weak as the hair of an ox in the 9 states. "Sir, what do you know?" However, at this time, a reprimand came from all around. Looking around, several young people frowned at Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling said that the 3 great academies were very lax in their recruitment. What kind of joke was this? Did this mean that it would be very easy for them to become disciples of the 3 great academies? Lin Ling was startled. These people were reprimanding him? "You're courting death." Cruel Sword's face suddenly turned cold and a dagger appeared in his hand. "Oh, you're even arrogant now. You even brought guards when you went out. From this, it can be seen that your strength is only SOSO. You're a disgrace to the Qing state." Chapter 3376. Theology Gate. With their strength, how could they see through the strength of Lin Ling's group? Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling was also one of the 3 academies' disciples who had been eliminated. Cruel Sword hated it the most when people provoked Lin Ling. Moreover, the people who provoked him were weaklings. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he was stopped by Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. "I was talking too much. Sorry for offending you." Seeing this, Broken Sword was stunned. Master actually apologized to a few pieces of trash? How could he know that Lin Ling didn't care about these reprimands at all? Previously, he was just expressing his feelings towards the 9 regions. "At least you know your place," the young men said proudly and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. "I don't know where you came from, but you said that our 3 academies can't be compared to the other divine prefectures? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Let me tell you, what kind of experts have been born in our 3 academies? Have you heard of the son of the devil? He's from Resplendent Academy." At the mention of this, the entire street was filled with cheers. "Son of the devil." Lin Ling frowned, then smiled. "The son of the devil is the pride of our 3 great academies. Go to the 9 provinces and find out which academy gave birth to such an expert. So, what you said before is simply nonsense." "A frog in a well," those young men said proudly. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and shrugged. As for Can Jian, he quietly revealed a smile and kept his dagger. So, these arrogant fellows worshipped the Lord. Since that was the case, he would spare their lives. After that, the few young men continued to chatter, causing Lin Ling's face to turn red. He rubbed his nose and left. As Lin Ling left with a red face, the other youths were even more embarrassed to see him. They all laughed loudly and swaggered forward. "Oh, you're talking as if the Azure Prefecture is at the peak of the 9 provinces. However, in my opinion, the entire Azure Prefecture is just a collection of trash at the half-saint realm. There isn't even a single saint realm expert." However, not long after they walked forward, a disdainful voice suddenly came from the front. Then, the crowd was separated, and several young men in luxurious clothes walked out from the street. When they saw those people, the street instantly became silent. Everyone seemed to recognize those young men. "They're from Theology Sect. This academy was opened a year ago and forcefully inserted itself into the Green Province. It seems like it wants to compete with the 3 great academies. Although they're repulsive, they're really strong." Resplendent. The Azure Prefecture's name was Resplendent Academies. Resplendent Academies. The Resplendent Academy's name was Resplendent appeared. The Devil's Resplendent Academy. Resplendent. The Devil's Resplendent, the son of the devil. After a moment of silence, Resplendent of the Resplendent of the Resplendent. Resplendent, evil Buddha Zhang, I know you. You're one of the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy. However, don't you feel ashamed for boasting? The young man opposite him sneered and walked out slowly. "I admit that the son of the devil is powerful. However, according to the rumors in the 9 provinces, he only relies on the God-Slayer Alliance. Without the God-Slayer Alliance, he's nothing. It's said that the God-Slayer Alliance's experts were the ones who fought in the God-Slayer War. The son of the devil only took advantage of them. When God was at his weakest, he ambushed God. Also, during the battle between the Yen Prefecture and the 9 provinces' 10 evils, the 5th demon elder captured the son of the devil. At that time, the son of the devil was kneeling and begging for mercy. It was the God-Slayer Alliance who appeared at the critical moment and saved him. More recently, the son of the devil almost died in the battle of the Yen Prefecture. It was only when the God-Slayer Alliance arrived that the Flame Emperor and the new Heavenly Court spared the son of the devil and sent experts at the Saint Realm to kill him. However, the son of the devil was very cunning. He escaped first and then secretly asked the God-Slayer Alliance to help him kill those experts at the Saint Realm. He even pushed all the credit to himself. The young men of the theology sect sneered. Nonsense. Nonsense. Evil Buddha Zhang and the others blushed. I'm talking nonsense? If you don't believe me, then answer me. During the God-Slayer War, did the son of the devil fight against martial god Qilin at the beginning? During the battle of the Heavenly King Mountain in the Yen Prefecture, did the son of the devil run away when he saw the 5th demon elder? Tell me again. During the battle of the Yen Prefecture, if the son of the devil was powerful, why did he leave first and lead all the experts at the Saint Realm away? If you can answer me, then I'll take it that you're right. Nonsense. The young men of the theology sect said contemptuously. Evil Buddha Zhang and the other geniuses were speechless. How could they know about the battle of the 9 provinces? Brains are good things. Unfortunately, you don't have any. Nonsense. Brainless worship. No wonder that's all you've got in your lives. Nonsense. Seeing that evil Buddha Zhang and the others were silent, the young men of the theology sect also laughed. The son of the devil? You don't live up to your reputation. You. Everyone on the street was flushed with anger. The son of the devil was the legend they worshipped the most in Qing Prefecture. But now he was said to be worthless. This was simply a humiliation to them and to Qing Prefecture. They didn't know what had happened at that time, so they couldn't refute it. Go to hell. Evil Buddha Zhang and the others flew into a rage out of humiliation. They took a step forward and rushed toward the young men. You're overestimating yourself. Seeing this, the young men sneered disdainfully. They didn't move, but the air around them exploded. The leader stretched out his hand and gently slapped out. Peak of the World King Realm? That power immediately changed the faces of evil Buddha Zhang and the others. They were only at the late World King Realm. They were no match for him at all. The young man's palm seemed calm, but it was mixed with a fierce power. After it slammed down, the entire street cracked. Bang, bang, bang. Evil Buddha Zhang and the others fell down one after another, spitting out blood. Their faces were extremely pale. They had lost. With a difference of an entire boundary, they weren't a match at all. You people of Qing Prefecture are truly overbearing. I was only speaking the truth and yet you were so angry that you attacked us. Do you really think that Qing Prefecture is your world? Fine. Although our divine sect has an agreement with the 3 great academies to mind our own business, you were the first to attack and broke the agreement. Don't blame us for what happens next. Kill them. The young men of the divine sect coldly shouted, killing intent flashing in their eyes. What? You want to kill people just because of a small conflict? Isn't this divine school too overbearing? Everyone was shocked. They were surprised by the sudden appearance of the divine sect. But the young men of the divine sect didn't care about this. Their auras surged to the heavens as they killed people on the street. Sir, this is Qing Prefecture, not your 9 prefectures. If you want to behave atrociously, then go back to your 9 prefectures. Right at this moment, a cold shout suddenly resounded. Then, a cold young man walked over indifferently with a woman in his arms. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he wore a blue and white robe. He gave off a feeling that he couldn't be underestimated. Brother. Chapter 3377. Go and kill him. In the crowd, Lin Ling smiled. Before this, he had almost wanted to attack. This was because the people from the divine sect were simply too overbearing. If they didn't agree with each other, then they would kill. This was something that Lin Ling couldn't bear to continue watching. Moreover, Lin Ling was also curious about the origins of the divine sect. After all, he had heard that this divine sect wasn't created by a martial artist from the Azure province, but came from the 9 provinces. There was actually someone from the 9 provinces that dared to meddle in Lin Ling's territory. This was also touching upon Lin Ling's reverse scale. You, who the fuck are you? Looking at Lin Yi, the youth from the divine sect frowned. Someone you should look up to, Lin Yi lightly said. He nodded to his wife beside him and stepped forwards once more. Everyone can see that this person is courting death. If he dies, then he can't blame us. The youth from the divine sect suddenly shouted, as if he were trying to find an excuse for himself. Perhaps they had wanted to kill this person to begin with. Shameless! How could anyone not know what they were thinking? They all cursed out loud. At this time, Lin Yi sneered. Without any nonsense, his sword slashed out like a rainbow. This sword strike had the momentum of the sword, causing the entire 5-ring city to ring out. As for the several youths, their complexions changed. They discovered that Lin Yi was actually at the true divinity realm. They were only at the peak world king realm. They weren't his match at all. Sir, this is a misunderstanding, the leading youth anxiously said as he drew back. In my eyes, this is not a misunderstanding. However, Lin Yi wasn't an idiot. He decisively killed. With a slash of his sword, he immediately cut off the head of the leading youth. Moreover, his sword didn't stop there. He continued to cut down the others. These people had killed his junior apprentice brothers in the middle of the street. Lin Yi wouldn't give them any face. You dare! The other youths roared out. In the tiny Azure province, someone actually dared to kill them? Was this person seeking death? Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't dare to do that. Blood splattered everywhere as heads flew up one by one. In the end, only one person was left. What was surprising was that this person didn't show any fear at all. Instead, he coldly shouted, "Good, good, good. You have guts to kill our theology sect's people. I'm telling you, no matter who's behind you, you're going to die. I'll leave this sentence here and let everyone see if my words will come true." It had to be said that this person should have a powerful backing. Otherwise, he would absolutely not dare to say such words. How dare you? Sure enough, after his voice, the world began to shake. An old man riding a qilin majestically appeared in the sky above Qingzhou. His surging aura gave people a strong sense of pressure. After hearing the old man's voice, Lin immediately felt a strong pressure enveloping his body. He frowned and looked up. Half-Saint Realm. He was very clearly aware of such strength, but he'd never imagined that the School of Theology actually had a Half-Saint Realm expert standing behind it. One had to know that this level of cultivation was enough to stand at the peak of the Qing continent. Even the Qing emperor of the past was only at the first layer of the Half-Saint Realm. Now you know fear, now you know regret? No matter who's behind you, you'll have to kneel down and beg for mercy today. The old man in the sky slowly walked down on the qilin. He seemed to regard himself as the Qing emperor. Elder AI, you can't touch this person. However, at this moment, a voice rang out again. Several figures shot forward like shooting stars. The person in the lead was the dean of the Resplendent Academy, Qin Zizan. In the past, she had driven Lin Ling out of the Resplendent Academy. After that, Lin Ling had risen to prominence. She had spent a lot of time and effort to help Lin Ling repeatedly. In the end, Lin Ling no longer blamed her. Now, the people of the School of Theology actually wanted to kill Lin Ling's son. Were they courting death? Following Qin Zizan were the elders of the academy and the deans of the other 2 academies. This shocked everyone. They'd never expected that the deans of the other 3 academies would come. This was especially so for Evil Buddha Zhang and the others. All of them were terrified. However, Lin Yi obviously recognized them. He walked over to Evil Buddha Zhang and the others and patted them on the shoulder to comfort them. This was because he knew that these juniors worshipped his father the most. Most of the previous conflicts were because they supported his father. No matter who comes, they won't give face to us. However, the only young man who was still alive was still fearless at this moment. Bang! The old man riding the Qilin in the sky said sternly, "If you don't give us an explanation for today's matter, we'll take it that the 3 academies are provoking the school of theology. At that time, even if the Qing emperor comes, you won't be in the right. This is a small misunderstanding. It's your disciple who wants to kill. Moreover, in a place like Qingzhou, you outsiders are too arrogant." Qin Zuizan was furious. The other party had set up an academy in Qingzhou to snatch their disciple. Now they were acting so arrogantly. "Get lost," the old man shouted coldly. A powerful aura pressed down on Qin Zuizan and the others. They couldn't stop it at all. "How can you be the dean? A bunch of trash," the old man said disdainfully. He looked at Lin Yi and said, "Now, what else do you want to say?" Lin Yi immediately frowned and remained silent. The young man who was still alive laughed loudly at this moment. "Why don't you dare to say anything? Weren't you very powerful before? Now you're like a mute. I've already warned you that you can't kill me. No matter who's behind you, you'll be in trouble today. Now, do you believe me? If you don't, come and kill me." He stepped forward with an overbearing aura. Seeing this, Lin Yi suddenly grasped his sword, but Dean Qin shook his head at him. Obviously, the school of theology was not simple and could not be easily provoked. In fact, Lin Yi had known this for a long time, but he couldn't stand the young man's arrogance. However, when he thought of his mother's advice, he finally fell silent. "Come on, if you don't, you're a coward. How did your father teach you? Is your father a coward too?" Seeing that Lin Yi didn't dare to speak, the young man was even more unforgiving. He raised his chin high. People secretly clenched their fists because only they knew who Lin Yi's father was. But now, the legend of Qingzhou was also being scolded by a rascal. They were furious. "Go and kill him. How can a swordsman withdraw his sword so easily? His home has been invaded and he will kill the enemy with his sword." However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the street, causing many people's pupils to constrict. "Go and kill him?" Lin Yi was stunned and then became excited because he was too familiar with that voice. He knew who had come back. Bang! He suddenly grasped the sword in his hand and walked towards the young man step by step. "Brother Yi, don't be impulsive." Evil Buddha Zhang and the others immediately persuaded him. They also knew that if Lin Yi dared to kill the young man, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Lin Yi shook his head and continued to walk forward. This caused the 3 deans' expressions to change drastically. Chapter 3378. What an unfair victory. "Come on. Kill me if you dare." Yes. The young man thought so too. Instead of retreating, he walked toward Lin Yi and said, "You should know what will happen when you raise your sword." "Yes. I'm curious what will happen." "Yes." Lin Yi raised his sword and pointed it at the young man. The young man laughed sarcastically and said, "You can't bear the consequences." "Yes." "Really?" "Yes." Lin Yi also laughed. His smile was similar to Lin Ling's. He was fearless and dared to take responsibility for his actions. Swoosh! The sword was held horizontally in the air, and blood was spilled on the street. The young man was stunned. A sword mark appeared on his neck. He stared at it until he felt a chill on his neck. Drops of blood were dripping down. "Blood! I'm bleeding!" The young man couldn't believe it. Was he going to die? Was he really going to die? Someone dared to kill him in front of the elders? "Didn't you say that I didn't dare to kill you? Now, you know what I mean." Lin Yi slowly withdrew his sword and looked at the young man indifferently. The entire street was silent. Even though the young man wasn't strong, everyone knew that he was from the divine school. The divine school came from the 9 provinces. Even the deans of the 3 great academies didn't dare to say anything. This showed how powerful the divine school was. But now Lin Yi still dared to kill, and he killed without hesitation. This guy. Qin Zuizan and the others smiled bitterly. Lin Yi did have some of his father's style. Plop. the young man fell on his back. His eyes were wide open. Apparently, he died with grievances. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would dare to kill him. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Lin Yi kill him. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When he fell to the ground, a horrible evil aura filled the street. It came from the old man riding the Kylin. His face was cold and gloomy. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Yi would dare to kill him. I don't know why you suddenly went crazy. But do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to the 3 academies? The old man slowly descended from the Qilin and walked towards Lin Yi step by step. He is my disciple, my last disciple. Don't you know how wrong it is to kill him? He clasped his hands behind his back and his eyes were extremely cold. This is Qing province. Lin Yi's eyes were like torches as he stared at the old man. He was not afraid. Very good, very good. You still dare to talk back after killing my disciple. It seems like you think that the 3 deans will be able to protect you. Unfortunately, you are too naive. Even if Emperor Qing is here, he will not be able to protect you. The old man roared, his killing intent surging. He wanted to kill this junior in front of the 3 deans, to make sure that the School of Theology was above them in the Azure Prefecture. Lin Yi. When they saw the old man make a move, the deans of the 3 great academies all cried out anxiously. Scram! That elder roared angrily, a rolling aura erupted, forming a type of realm origin energy field, blocking off the 3 great academies, even causing them to stagger backwards, unable to resist at all. A sage-to-be martial artist, this was beyond the limit of what they could resist. The old man grabbed at Lin Yi with his big hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. He wanted to see who could stop him now. However, to his surprise, the young man in front of him was not afraid in the face of his attack. He stood there like a god of war, with his head in the sky and his feet on the ground. Bang! However, just as his hand was about to grab Lin Yi, suddenly, an arm stretched out and grabbed the old man's wrist, causing him to be unable to move an inch. Scram! The old man did not even look at the person and roared angrily again. A terrifying realm origin energy storm swept out. In the old man's opinion, this person who wanted to save Lin Yi was simply overestimating himself. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Someone wanted to save Lin Yi? Didn't this offend the School of Theology? Rumble! The realm origin energy storm swept out in all directions. However, on the street, a figure was still standing beside the old man, like a Mount Tai, standing upright. You think you are qualified to ask me to scram with such little strength? The figure spoke in a cold voice, mixed with a trace of sarcasm. The old man originally thought that it was the deans of the 3 academies, but now he realized that the person who had come seemed to be very strong. He could not help but turn his head and see a cold man standing beside him. The man carried a large sword and a sword lock on his back. His eyes seemed calm, but when one looked at him, it made one tremble with fear. He's so young? The old man was shocked. When did Qing Zhou have such a young expert? I'm from the School of Theology. He killed my disciple. The old man spoke coldly. As long as this person was a martial artist from Qing Zhou, he would definitely know what the School of Theology represented. He's my son. However, the man spoke coldly as well. This caused the old man's eyes to flash, and he turned his head to look. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him had a similar silhouette to this man. Moreover, this young man's father was so powerful. Lin Yi's father. At this moment, the entire street was silent. Everyone looked at the cold man, and their hearts were pounding. Of course they knew who Lin Yi's father was. Especially the 3 deans. At this moment, their bodies trembled. Qin Suizan's eyes continued to tremble as she stared at the man in disbelief. In the end, she laughed excitedly. It was exactly the same as the young man in her impression. He was still as cold, as frivolous, and as fearless as before. This was the number 1 person in Resplendent Academy, the person she had once looked down on, the person who had dominated Qing Zhou, Lin Ling. He had returned. The old man had undoubtedly sensed the emotions of the people on the street. Who was this person? Why did he cause such a huge reaction? This person did not seem to be afraid of the school of theology at all. What was his background? Sir, aren't you being too unfair by sneaking an attack on me? If you have the ability, fight me fair and square. The old man's wrist was still being held, and he spoke sarcastically. He knew that Lin Ling was indeed extraordinary, but he believed that Lin Ling had only sneaked an attack on him. Otherwise, he would have defeated Lin Ling. An unfair victory? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the old man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Did Lin Ling need to sneak an attack on a half-step saint? Get lost. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Ling threw the old man away. The old man's figure flew backward. After he stopped, he rubbed his wrist and he was somewhat surprised. This man was too arrogant. He really dared to let go of him. Subsequently, the old man sneered. This man was too careless. He could make use of this opportunity to make him pay a heavy price. Father! At this moment, Lin Ling looked at his father excitedly. He had not seen his father for many years. Chapter 3379. The Mastermind. You've grown up. Lin Ling looked at his son with gratification. The scene of his son learning martial arts in the cold winter appeared in his mind. A strong sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. This sense of accomplishment came from his son, from his family and friends, and from Qingzhou and the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling came from the world of Huaxia. He was a very ordinary person. Because of a lucky chance, he came to this world. Then he rose step by step and walked higher and higher. Perhaps, when Lin Ling came to this world, he didn't expect to reach the height he had today. Thinking back to everything, it was like a dream. Yes, true immortal realm. When I came to Qingzhou, I was only a world king. You are much more powerful than me. Suppressing the feeling of nostalgia, Lin Ling looked at Lin Yi and smiled again. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart was excited. To be praised by his father, this was the happiest thing for him. Of course, although he grew faster than Lin Ling in the past, he knew that all of this was thanks to his father. In the past, his father didn't have any powerhouses to protect him, but he had his father to protect him. This was the gap between them. The father and son chatted amiably, causing the old man not far away to be stunned. Then, blue veins appeared on his forehead. Facing him, that man still had the mood to chat with others? Courting death. The old man's eyes turned cold. He erupted with all his strength without using any martial arts. He wanted to use simple and violent means to destroy that man. An arrogant army is bound to be defeated. The old man sneered in his heart. Be careful. The three deans were excited about Lin Ling's return. At this moment, when they saw the old man attack, they immediately warned him. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very powerful, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to resist the attack of a half-step sage. After all, there was no resistance at all. However, their warning was useless. Lin Ling was still chatting with Lin Yi with a smile. Boom! The old man's ferocious means exploded. The houses in the nearby streets were now tumbling in the sky. Ha ha, I don't care who you are, but in front of me, you are still too weak. The old man laughed, and his laughter was filled with joy. However, when the billowing smoke dispersed, the stern young man was still standing in front of him. He slowly turned his head around, and his eyes caused the old man's smile to freeze. Nothing happened? Nothing happened at all? How could this be possible? You said I ambushed you. With your strength, why would I need to ambush you? Lin Ling said coolly. His words were like a sword that pierced deeply into the old man's heart, causing his entire body to tremble. It was as if his heart of martial arts was about to collapse. Sneak attack? How could he still have the nerve to say that? This man had taken his attack head-on, but he couldn't hurt the man at all. Saying that it was a sneak attack was simply a lie. Sir, I'm from the House of Gods, he said. Today's matter isn't over yet. If you've got the guts, come to the House of Gods. The old man's pupils trembled, and the thought of retreating rose in his heart. This powerful man was not someone he could fight against. As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing. I'll go to the Temple of Theology, But as for you, you're going to die. Lin Ling shouted, "Kill him! Kill!" In the crowd, Kanjian's lips curled into a cold smile. He disappeared and shot towards the old man. The old man sensed that a terrifying killing intent had locked onto him. Most importantly, he couldn't break through this killing intent. He never expected that the man's follower would be so powerful. "I'm from the Temple of Theology. Sir, if you have the ability, tell us your name. Otherwise, the Temple of Theology won't let you go. You'll never know who's behind the Temple of Theology. Kill!" The old man quickly retreated and shouted coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense and walked forward with Lin. At the same time, a dagger filled with dense killing intent cut through the void. It was very cold, and soon, the fatal killing intent made it impossible for the old man to dodge. The old man's eyes opened wide. This time, he was even more aware of how strong that man was. Killing him was as easy as killing a dog. Ironically, he thought that the man had underestimated him. It turned out that the man really didn't need to be taken seriously. His name is Lin Ling. Swoosh! The broken sword appeared in front of him, and the dagger fell on the old man's neck, causing the old man to frown. Lin Ling? This name sounds familiar. Maybe you can't remember it at the moment, so I'll remind you again. He's also called the Son of Devil. The mocking voice floated into the old man's ears again, causing his face to turn pale. The Son of Devil? It's actually the Son of Devil. Isn't he dead? Isn't the new heavenly court hunting him down? Why did he appear in Qingzhou? Swoosh! While he was still in shock, a cold dagger slit his neck. At the same time, the Qilin he was riding was also killed by the dagger. Blood flowed and dyed the street red. After a brief moment of silence on the street, cheers rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling had returned. Evil Buddha Zhang and the others all opened their mouths wide. It's him! They obviously recognized Lin Ling. He was the man they had reprimanded before. They would never have thought that the man was Lin Yi's father, and he was their idol. Oh my God! Evil Buddha Zhang almost fainted. Then he gave himself a slap. The people next to him were stunned, and then they slapped themselves too. They actually reprimanded Lin Ling. If such a thing were to spread out, all the martial artists in Qing province would spit at them and they would drown to death. Fortunately, Senior Lin Ling didn't care. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking along the street with Lin. "Lin Ling, do you still remember me?" "Yes." After a while, Qin Zizan and the others caught up and laughed excitedly. In the past, they were Lin Ling's deans, but now, they had to look up to Lin Ling. Of course. Lin Ling stopped and smiled at them. Qin Zizan and the others trembled when they heard this, and they almost roared at the sky. Lin Ling still remembered them. One should know that Lin Ling was a famous figure in Jiuzhou. It was a great blessing for such a big figure to remember them. By the way, what's going on with the theology sect? Lin Ling smiled and asked. Qin Zizan and the others' faces turned grave when they heard this. "Father, the theology sect came here a year ago. After they arrived, they took root in Qingzhou and set up a sect to oppose the three academies. Moreover, the theology sect is not the only sect in Qingzhou. There are other sects in Qingzhou as well," Lin Yi said immediately. Lin Ling frowned. "Emperor Qing, are you going to let them be so arrogant?" Chapter 3380. Family Reunion. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Yi's words made sense. He said, if foreign martial artists entered Qingzhou and they followed the rules, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, I saw that the divine sect was very arrogant. Lin Ling, it's not that simple. These foreign martial artists have reached an agreement with Emperor Qing to stay out of each other's business. That's why Emperor Qing allowed them to enter. If Emperor Qing rejected them, Qingzhou would definitely suffer a calamity with the strength of the foreign martial artists. At this moment, Qin Zuizan said, the strongest martial artists in Qingzhou were only at the Sage-to-be realm. However, the foreign martial artists were all at the Sage-to-be realm. This showed the gap between them. Therefore, the foreign martial artists had forced Emperor Qing to agree. It's not that simple. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. All of this was too strange. Although Qingzhou was in the Divine Prefecture, it was like a rural area to Sage Realm martial artists. They couldn't have come in groups. Therefore, there was only one possibility. They were ordered to come. Could it be the new heavenly court? Lin Ling frowned. However, he immediately shook his head. The Godslayer Alliance had said that the new heavenly court wouldn't attack the family members of the Godslayer Alliance. After all, martial god Wen Tian was one of the top 10 martial gods in Jiuzhou. Therefore, it shouldn't be the new heavenly court. However, who are they? No matter who they are, I'll catch them. Lin Ling said coldly as he strode forward. The person behind this had reached out to Lin Ling's territory. He had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. After that, Lin Ling led Lin Yi and the others to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The news of Lin Ling's return spread like a snowball across the entire Qingzhou. The martial artists of Qingzhou were all shaken up. They were incomparably excited. Emperor Qing, Grandma Wen Dao, Ancestor Taiyin and the others also received the news. Before Lin Ling returned to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they were already waiting outside. When Lin Ling arrived at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, there was a sea of people in front of him. All the top experts of the Azure State were gathered here. Among them, Lin Ling also saw many familiar faces. I'm back. Everyone looked at the blue-robed youth and their hearts immediately surged with hot blood. Brother Ling, Yu, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others all rushed over. Ever since Lin Ling escaped from the Yan province, they didn't know where Lin Ling was. However, their intuition told them that Lin Ling was definitely not dead. Therefore, they had been waiting. And now, they had finally arrived. Grandpa Yu Mother. Looking at his relatives, Lin Ling also became excited. He quickened his pace and hugged Yu in his arms. Smelling the fragrance of Yu's hair, a happy smile appeared on his face. No matter how he fought outside, no matter what kind of life and death situations he faced, his family would always be his belief in getting through the difficulties. Brother Ling, Yu, Shen Yuanger, and the others all hugged Lin Ling. Their eyes gradually became moist. Seeing this, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others all smiled. They suppressed their excitement and left this time for Lin Ling and his wives. The crowd smiled as well. This heartwarming scene warmed their hearts. Gradually, they began to disperse. What a beautiful scene. Some of the younger generation hid far away and looked up at this scene. Their hearts were also attracted by this scene. In their eyes, Lin Ling was extraordinarily handsome and his wife also had the beauty of a city. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. Gradually, only Lin Ling, Yu, and the others were left in front of the palace's gate. And Lin Ling also told them what happened during this period of time. Although he said it simply, Yu and the others were really nervous. Brother Ling actually went to the rainbow world of the 9 prefectures' 7 great forbidden grounds. Fortunately, Brother Ling successfully left. Otherwise, they would probably have to go to the rainbow world to find Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally knew what they were thinking. He sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he was just a mediocre passerby. What did he do to obtain the hearts of so many beauties in this world? Let's go back. After a long conversation, Lin Ling led his wives into the palace. From afar, Lin Ling seemed to be surrounded by the most beautiful fairies in the 9 heavens. There was Yu, Shen Yuangur, Yumun Yun, Princess Hualing, and so on. They all had their own beauty and temperaments. Some were as light as a lotus, some were as lively as a little witch, and some were even as sexy and enchanting as a noble lady. The only one missing was an Yue. At this moment, in the palace, the 3rd princess was already waiting there. She had always been as majestic as the Azure Emperor, but when she saw the blue-robed man walk in, the coldness on her face immediately disappeared. Master! Littlely, the 3rd princess shouted, and so did Grandma Wen Dao. However, Lin Ling had too many wives by his side, so Grandma Wen Dao couldn't pounce on him. Lin Ling had escaped a calamity. Ling, you're back. Ancestor Tai Yen and Lin Ling's mother, Emon Yenshin, walked over with a smile and looked at Lin Ling with gratification. They knew that without Lin Ling, they would have been separated by heaven and earth. It was because of Lin Ling's protection and the treasures that Lin Ling gave them that they were able to extend their lives and reunite as a family. They had also watched with their own eyes as Lin Ling went from a weak existence to the son of the devil who was famous in the 9 states. All of this sounded simple, but it was as fantastical as a dream, and it gave them a strong sense of accomplishment. At this moment, Lin Ling also bowed to his grandfather and the others. He chatted, ate, and drank with them, making the palace extremely lively. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the 3rd princess and asked about Qingzhou. Master, there are indeed many experts in Qingzhou. They insisted on taking root here, or else they would attack Qingzhou. Considering their powerful strength, I had no choice but to compromise. When the 3rd princess heard Lin Ling's words, she immediately felt guilty. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. He waved his hand because the 3rd princess had already done a good job. At least, she had kept Qingzhou safe. Brother Ling, these people are very strong. There are many experts in the later stages of the Sage Stage hidden. I'm no match for them. At this moment, Yu Yu also spoke. She had the ultimate desolate constitution and was in the early stages of the Sage Stage. She was considered the strongest expert in Qingzhou, but she was still helpless against the experts from the outside. Moreover, although they are domineering, they didn't kill the people of Qingzhou. That's why we let them do what they want. Xian Yuange also said. Her strength was only inferior to Yu Yu, so there was nothing she could do. I understand. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes were cold as he said, if I'm not wrong, they should be here for me. However, I'm very curious about the person behind them. Could it really be the new heavenly court? We have also secretly investigated this matter, but we have no clue. Chapter 3381. How powerful. It's alright. Since I'm back, I'll settle this. I want to see who's behind these people. Lin Ling immediately sneered. Master, are you going to take action? However, if a huge battle breaks out, I'm afraid that Qingzhou will be implicated. 3rd princess asked worriedly when she heard that. However, Lin Ling shook his head. His voice was calm but carried a domineering aura as he said, they're merely at the Sage Stage. They're not qualified to use Qingzhou to threaten me. If Lin Ling was only at the Sage to be realm, he definitely would not have dared to take the initiative to provoke them. That was because even if he was alone, he could not guarantee that his grandfather and the others would not be implicated. However, Lin Ling had nothing to fear now. Even if the martial ancestor was present, Lin Ling would dare to fight him. Let's start with the Divine Arts sect and make an example out of them. After all, since these people have received orders to come here, it means that they're not men of sacrifice. Therefore, as long as we teach them a lesson, they'll get out of here. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said again. When they heard Lin Ling's domineering words, everyone laughed. Indeed, after Lin Ling had returned, he was still able to solve any problem as before. That night, Lin Ling accompanied his family and then had sex with Yu Yu and the others. He had treated them badly all these years. Today, he would satisfy them once. Now that Lin Ling's physical strength had greatly increased, it was easy for him to deal with those beauties. When dawn came, Yu Yu and the others were exhausted from the torture. However, Lin Ling was still energetic. Then Lin Ling left the great Qing divine dynasty and came to the sky above Qingzhou. He looked at the entire Qingzhou and his eyes turned cold. It was time to clean up some trash. Kanjian, have you found the Divine Arts sect? Lin Ling asked the sky. Master, the Divine Arts sect is not difficult to find. We've already investigated it. To be honest, they're just a gathering place for a group of rogue cultivators. They can't be considered a school at all. The dean is only at the first heaven sage stage and his talent is a 3rd-grade desolate body. Kanjian immediately replied. His eyes were filled with disdain. How dare they provoke Master with such strength? Attack them first. We must find out who's behind them. Lin Ling nodded coldly. Then, under Broken Sword's lead, Lin Ling headed towards the Theology Gate. Not long after, in Qingzhou's 5-ring city, a towering mountain appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. What surprised Lin Ling was that the school of theology was very, very big. It was even bigger than the three major colleges. How arrogant! He's clearly a latecomer, yet he's occupying such a large area. He's too arrogant. Do Kening snorted coldly. As guests, the Divine Arts sect should respect the host. However, the Divine Arts sect had overpowered the host. Young master, look at that statue. Suddenly, Kanjian pointed to the ground in front of him. Below the majestic mountain, there was a huge statue. It was a majestic armored warrior. He held a sword diagonally and pointed it forward. Beside the statue was another statue. The statue was kneeling on the ground. If one looked carefully, it seemed to have Lin Ling's silhouette. In front of the statue, there was a stone tablet with the words, "Invincible in the Green Continent." Arrogant. Arrogant enough. Taking advantage of Lin Ling's absence, the Divine Arts sect made a statue that looked like Lin Ling. Then, they made the statue kneel and arrogantly set up a stone tablet. Invincible in the Green Continent. Doing this in Lin Ling's territory. Wasn't this a slap to Lin Ling's face? Young master, I'll destroy it. Do Kening was furious. They were stronger, but they didn't do anything. On the contrary, the weak didn't show any mercy. How could Do Kening endure this? No rush. However, Lin Ling sneered and stopped Do Kening. He wanted to see how the dean of the Divine Arts sect was going to be invincible in the Green Continent. Then, Lin Ling's group landed on the ground and walked towards the Divine Arts sect. There were many disciples of the Divine Arts sect. Many of them came because of the sect's reputation. They came from all over the world and gathered in the spacious square. An old man pointed at them. He had his hands behind his back and looked extremely proud. In the Green Continent, the Divine Arts sect is number one. The others are all unorthodox. The old man's voice floated in the huge square. Senior, we came because of the Divine Arts sect's reputation. The Divine Arts sect is indeed powerful, more powerful than the three great academies. However, the strongest in the Green Continent seems to be the son of the devil. A voice came from the crowd. These youths from all over the world were clearly familiar with the events in the Green Continent. What a joke! However, the old man snorted with disdain. The son of the devil is just a stray dog. He can only run forever. How can he be a martial artist? Look, my stone tablet has been here for a year and has been invincible in the Green Continent. However, does the son of the devil dare to say anything? He doesn't even dare to fart. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to leave the Green Continent, the only way is to join the Divine Arts sect. It sounds like that's true. I'll join. Many youths nodded. They didn't know much. They only knew that the Divine Arts sect was powerful and that they could guide them. That was enough. Senior, words are no proof. Your Divine Arts sect is so powerful, but why is it that there's no such thing as a famous sect in the 9 provinces? Right at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded out. The crowd was instantly split apart, and 3 figures walked out indifferently. These 3 were Lin Ling's group. At this moment, they were so angry that they laughed. Such shameless people were truly rare. Hee, young man, don't speak nonsense if you don't know anything. When the old man saw that Lin Ling and Kanjian were young, he immediately said indifferently, "The truth is always controlled by the mouths of the masses. Your words alone are useless. Ask everyone what the Divine Arts sect is like." The Divine Arts sect is indeed powerful. I heard that even the deans of the 3 major academies don't dare to provoke the Divine Arts sect. Yes, and the Divine Arts sect is easier to enter than the 3 major academies. The Divine Arts sect is actually very good. I think highly of the Divine Arts sect. The youths who didn't know the situation spoke one after another and supported the Divine Arts sect. The old man immediately laughed arrogantly and looked at Lin Ling's group with contempt. He said, "The eyes of the masses are as sharp as snow, unlike the few of you who are blind. The 2 of you can scram. Our Divine Arts sect doesn't welcome you. Go to the 3 major academies." "I'm very sorry, I'm from the Resplendent Academy. I just want to see how powerful the Divine Arts sect is." Previously, you said that the eyes of the masses are as sharp as snow. Then let them see together how powerful the so-called divine art sect is. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. Even if the old man was very weak, he planned to personally take action. Invincible in Qingzhou. Then let me see how invincible the divine art sect is. Without wasting any more words, Lin Ling directly attacked. His speed was so fast that the old man couldn't even react. Bang! The old man was sent flying by Lin Ling's punch and smashed into the statue, causing cracks to appear on the statue. How powerful is the divine art sect? Chapter 3382. The square was silent. The youths from the myriad worlds were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. After all, in their hearts, the theology school was invincible. The old man was a senior, an elder, and someone they looked up to. But now, he had been defeated by a young man. Moreover, it had only taken one move. How powerful was the theology school? At this moment, they were puzzled. The old man slid down from the statue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the young man in shock. There was surprise in his eyes, but there was even more anger. He had been defeated. He had been defeated in one move. This process had happened in front of countless people. Wasn't this a humiliation to the theology school? After all, not long ago, he had said that the theology school was invincible in Qingzhou. But now, where was the invincible? How dare you? The old man roared furiously. He couldn't lose face. Let someone stronger come. Lin Ling looked at him with contempt. There was a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. The theology school could challenge him, Lin Ling. He wouldn't humiliate the theology school like this. But the theology school shouldn't have interfered in Lin Ling's home. They had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. His family, his wife, how could he let them be in danger? Junior brother Chen. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. A large number of people flew over from the depths of the theology school. Their expressions were extremely cold. They had clearly seen the scene in the square. They had never expected that someone in Qingzhou would dare to provoke the theology school. Who are you? The experts who had arrived were stronger than the old man from before. There were actually many peak half-saints and a few saints. They clearly had high status in the theology school. So when they appeared, the expressions of many youths changed drastically. They knew that the experts of the theology school had arrived. That's Elder Thousand Hands. It said that he once fought Emperor Qing and ended in a draw. That's nothing. Do you see that old woman? That's the divine 10th revolution. I heard that even Emperor Qing isn't a match for her. Many people started to discuss spiritedly. Emperor Qing was the strongest cultivator in the state of Qing. However, even this leader was not a match for these seniors. From this, one could see how strong these people were. Who I am is none of your business. I just want to know what's so great about your school of theology. Lin Ling laughed mockingly, not giving him any face. Your Excellency, be careful that a loose tongue leads to disaster. I can see that you're still young, and I can't bear to see you fall here. I'll give you a chance. Apologize and I'll let you leave. These experts narrowed their eyes as they stared at Lin Ling. They wanted to see through Lin Ling, but they were all disappointed. Both Remnant Sword and Afterimage were assassins, and they were experts in concealing their auras. How could they see through them? As for Lin Ling, his 5 dantians were concealed. Not to mention them, even experts at the peak of the Saint Realm couldn't see through him. Opportunity? Hee, I don't want it. Today, I'm here to see how powerful the divine school is. However, Lin Ling was still smiling, his aura domineering. The experts' expressions turned ugly. This young man was too much. They had given him face, but the young man didn't give them any face at all. He treated them like chickens and dogs. Kong Cheng, go and test his strength. The strongest person said indifferently. He wanted to see what right Lin Ling had to say that. Okay. A bald man walked out. He looked to be in his 40s, and his entire person looked refined and strong. Kid, you've come to the wrong place. The man said as he walked. Sush. However, Lin Ling didn't wait for him to talk nonsense. He took a big step forward and punched out. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense when facing a cultivator with such strength. Strength spoke for itself. The terrifying punch made the bald man frown. On the surface, this young man looked very ordinary. There was no fluctuation of realm essence. This young man defeated Junior Brother Chen? That was a joke. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling didn't need to use realm essence to defeat him. He could easily defeat him with his physical strength. In fact, he didn't even need to use all of his physical strength. Boom. The punch seemed ordinary, but when it appeared in front of the bald man, it broke all of his attacks. A figure flew backward and smashed into a stone statue in the distance, causing more cracks to appear on the statue. How powerful is the divine art sect? It was still the same sentence. It was still bullying. But it was still one move. The eyes of those strong people trembled fiercely. Kong Cheng was at the peak of the half-saint realm, but he couldn't block one move. Moreover, they couldn't see what method the young man had used. The seemingly ordinary punch was actually so powerful. "Sir, who are you? What is your purpose here?" This time, all the strong people had to pay attention to Lin Ling. Next. However, Lin Ling sneered. He was arrogant and domineering. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense. He just wanted to see how powerful the divine art sect was. Such arrogant behavior undoubtedly infuriated the strong people of the divine art sect. The young men around them were shocked. They were a little excited. This was how they should be. They didn't bother to explain. Strength spoke for itself. "Go and kill him." Murderous intent appeared in the eyes of the leader of the strong people. "I'll do it." An old man at the first heaven of the sage realm walked forward. With such strength, he was definitely invincible in Qingzhou. He looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Although he admitted that Lin Ling had some ability, as long as Lin Ling was from Qingzhou, he wasn't afraid. After all, there were only 2 sages in Qingzhou. Moreover, it was said that both of them were women. "Little guy," the old man said faintly. "Sush." However, Lin Ling had already moved. He threw a punch like a ferocious tiger. Fast. Incomparably fast. Moreover, there was no explosion of boundary essence. It was just a simple and violent punch. Rumble. This punch broke the old man's boundary essence and smashed directly on the old man's face, causing his face to distort. In the next moment, he was smashed into the stone statue like the previous 2 people and then slid down. More and more cracks appeared on the stone statue. The invincible stone tablet of Qingzhou even made cracking sounds. It was extremely ironic. The strong people were all shocked. Even an elder at the first heaven of the sage realm couldn't block this punch. Sush. However, Lin Ling didn't wait for them to say anything. He pounced on the strong people like a wolf in a flock of sheep and punched and kicked at them. Instantly, the strong people flew backward like kites and smashed into the stone statues. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound was like the sound of a heavenly drum exploding, shocking the hearts of everyone in the square. The young people could only see figures sliding down from the stone sculptures one after another, as if they were stray dogs that had been skinned. The arrogance they had before was completely gone. Blood. There was only a pool of blood on the ground. The strong people from the theology sect were all vomiting blood. He defeated the theology sect alone. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Their eyes were fixed on the young man in blue robes. At this moment, the young man in blue robes slowly turned around and revealed a fierce look. When he looked at the strong people from the theology sect, it caused their hearts to pound like a drum. This was because they didn't even have time to react before they were defeated by someone else. This was enough to explain everything. What was so powerful about the theology sect? It could only be said that they weren't powerful at all. Lin Ling looked at these people indifferently. The corners of his mouth finally moved slightly and a voice that shook Qingzhou floated out. Chapter 3383. Young Master Wuing. His voice was domineering and unruly, like the roar of a divine king. Lin Ling was asking, who else from the theology school wants to fight? Seeing Lin Ling's domineering appearance, Do Afterimage and the others could not help but laugh. They felt carefree, incomparably carefree. It was precisely this domineering suppression of the theology school that allowed them to ruthlessly let out a sigh of relief. As for the experts of the theology school, those 3 words echoed in their ears. Who else? It was as if thunder was constantly rumbling in their ears, causing them to be angry and furious, but there was nothing they could do. Who are you? At this moment, the dean of the theology school finally arrived. He brought a large number of disciples with him. He was majestic, but he was also like the wrath of a god. He had long sensed this scene. The reason why he did not appear was because he felt that Lin Ling's seniority was not worthy. Therefore, he also wanted the experts of the theology school to teach that young man a lesson. However, the result was that the experts of their school were like tofu. They were sent flying one by that man, unable to retaliate at all. Me too. After walking out, the dean let out a low voice. Dean! Seeing this, everyone cried out in surprise. The dean was rumored to be a late-stage Saint Realm expert. Not to mention Qingzhou, even in other places of the 9 prefectures, he was an existence of Mount Tai. Now he had come out. The young man had asked who else was there, and now the dean had told him that he was there too. Bang! Lin Ling glanced at the dean and did not waste his breath. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing the ground to explode. He shot towards the dean like a bolt of lightning. Mizar Spirit Cauldron. The dean also roared angrily. An ancient divine cauldron appeared in front of him. It was an extremely powerful supreme artifact. It was said that the dean had obtained it from the Mizar River, one of the 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. During the opening of the theology school, the dean had once displayed this divine cauldron. At that time, it had alarmed the entire Qingzhou. Dean! The experts of the theology school let out excited voices. The dean had finally made his move. However, their excited voices didn't last long. Soon, their eyes narrowed and their mouths opened wide. This was because at this moment, Lin Ling had already rushed in front of the dean. A terrifying punch blasted out and landed on the extreme artifact. With a loud boom, the divine cauldron actually cracked open, and then, it directly exploded. The dean's pupils were trembling. Even the extreme treasure had been broken? Unfortunately, before he could recover from his shock, a palm had appeared before him, and it suddenly grabbed his neck before forcefully tossing him towards the stone statue in the distance. Bang! The invincible statue of Qingzhou was finally shattered. A figure also slid down powerlessly. It was the dean. Just as he was about to stand up with difficulty, a foot suddenly appeared and stepped on his head, viciously stomping down towards the ground. Boom! Cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire divine gate was overturned. Soil flowed, and countless buildings collapsed. With one stomp, the door of theology was smashed apart. Looking at the experts of the theology sect, it was as if they were being trampled under Lin Ling's feet. Their bodies were trembling, and they had all lost the will to fight. Rumble! Only the sound of the stone statue falling continued to be heard. Everyone looked at the proud stone statue and suddenly felt like they were in a dream. That was because the stone statue standing upright was the dean of the theology sect. He wore armor and held a long sword in his hand, and the one kneeling in front of him was the legendary son of the devil. However, at this moment, the statue of the son of the devil seemed to be very similar to the young man. Could it be? He must be the son of the devil. After a moment of disbelief, many people exclaimed. It was too similar, all of this was too similar. However, at this moment, the one kneeling was the dean of the theology sect, and the one stepping on him was the son of the devil. This was the difference between dream and reality. The son of the devil. The experts of the theology sect trembled as they looked at Lin Ling. Then they looked at the cracked statue of the son of the devil. At this moment, their legs went soft, and they all knelt down. Some of the less courageous ones even had their pants wet. Boom! At the same time, the stone tablet of invincible Qingzhou was completely shattered. Gravel scattered on the ground, and it was extremely ironic. The dean was still being stepped on by Lin Ling, but he also quietly raised his head. "Did I tell you to raise your head?" However, a cold voice sounded in his ears, scaring him so much that he lowered his head again, and his entire body trembled. "The son of the devil? This young man is the son of the devil? Didn't that Lord say that the son of the devil wouldn't dare to return?" His entire body turned cold, and subconsciously his pants were also wet. That was because the son of the devil's name was too terrifying. He had destroyed gods and killed Buddhas. How could he fight against him? "You said invincible Qingzhou?" Just as he was thinking, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over again. "Spare me!" The dean frantically kowtowed, causing the ground to rumble. His appearance undoubtedly shattered the hearts of the youths, letting them know that everything was just a scam. Invincible Qingzhou? What a joke! The son of the devil had returned and single-handedly swept through the theology sect. The people of the theology sect could only kowtow and tremble. They had no will to fight. "Spare me!" I was stupid back then, so I set up this invincible Qingzhou stone tablet. "Give me one chance, just one chance." The dean kowtowed even harder. His forehead was already full of blood, but he didn't dare to have any objections. "Let me ask you, who ordered you to do this?" Lin Ling looked down at the dean. "It's a young man called Young Master Wuin." The dean didn't dare to refute. "Young Master Wuin?" Lin Ling immediately frowned. He didn't know this name at all. He came from the east border, but his master is from Miaozhou. He's very powerful. I didn't dare to resist at all, so I could only do as he said. The dean said again. "From the east border?" Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The east, west, north, and south border of the 10,000 realms were actually very small compared to Jiuzhou. Young Master Wuin actually came from the east border. If he had some strength, then he was indeed very powerful. After all, rising from the east border and then learning martial arts in Miaozhou wasn't something that anyone could do. "Who's behind Young Master Wuin?" Lin Ling asked again. He didn't believe that a mere young Master Wuin dared to provoke him. "Lord Devil's son, this is not something that we can know." The dean complained tearfully. Lin Ling's voice became cold. This immediately scared the dean to the core. He quickly kowtowed and said, "I really don't know, I really don't know." Seeing this, Lin Ling was sure that this trash didn't know anything. So now, he could only find Young Master Wuin to find out everything. "You guys are very brave. You know that Qingzhou is my territory, Lin Ling, but you dare to interfere in my territory. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Lin Ling said again. Spare us. Lord Devil's son, although we are a little arrogant in Qingzhou, we didn't kill anyone. We're not like Shenyu sect and Shunling Hall." Chapter 3384. Cleaning up the scourge. "If not for that, do you think you'd still be alive?" Lin Ling sneered and said, "I'll give you a chance. Eat all these stone sculptures and get out of Qingzhou. Then I'll spare your lives." Stone sculptures. Everyone looked at the stone sculptures on the ground and their pupils trembled violently. That was because the stone sculptures were huge. How could they possibly finish eating them? "Yunqing, you're the one who built these sculptures. You've killed us." Then, everyone looked at an old man. The sculptures were made by this old man. Of all things, the old man shouldn't have made the sculptures so big. He had shot himself in the foot. "I'll eat them." But soon, the dean was the first to roar. "Forget it. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Although you didn't kill anyone, you've intruded on my territory. Someone has to suffer." However, Lin Ling looked at him coldly. The dean's heart thundered and his body trembled violently. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to kill him? "If I don't kill you, how can I make an example out of you?" Lin Ling said coldly. Although these people had admitted their mistakes, no matter what they did in Huanyu Void, they had to bear the consequences. For example, Lin Ling had killed a deity and was being hunted down. The consequences were the same. Therefore, the theology sect needed someone to bear the consequences. And that person was undoubtedly the dean. "You have 3 breaths of time to escape," Lin Ling said again. The dean immediately kowtowed, hoping that Lin Ling would spare his life. However, Lin Ling began to count. The dean knew that Lin Ling had to kill him. He didn't have time to resent Lin Ling. He only wanted to escape from Qingzhou. His heart was filled with regret. He shouldn't have come to Qingzhou. He immediately shot towards the sky and exploded with the fastest speed in his life. I must escape from here. I must. He kept roaring in his heart. And the sound of death seemed to linger by his ears, quietly coming to him. I can't die. I have to leave this place alive. The dean became even more anxious. With the speed of 100 worlds, he finally rushed out of Qing Prefecture and appeared in the void above the universe. He escaped. He roared excitedly in his heart. 3. However, the cold voice still sounded by his ears. Then, in the distant skies of Green Province, a streak of light shot over, its speed even faster than his 100 realms speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a dragon god, a gigantic dragon god. He let out a cry of unwillingness, but the dragon god directly pierced through him and wreaked havoc on his body. On the contrary, his head was unscathed, but it fell from the void of the universe to the sky of the green region, and then to the ground. Dean, you escaped. At this moment, the experts of the divine school began to whisper amongst themselves. Bang. However, at this moment, a dull voice sounded. Then, they looked over and immediately saw the dean who had died with his eyes wide open. Even after escaping from Qingzhou, he still died? Their hearts seemed to have been struck by lightning, and their faces were deathly pale. You guys keep an eye on them. If they eat even one stone less, then tell me and I'll kill everyone. Lin Ling turned around and looked at the young people around him and said with a faint smile. The young people were flattered. Not long ago, they wanted to join the divine school, and the experts of the divine school looked at them arrogantly. But now, they were the ones supervising the experts eating dirt. With their strength, it was simply impossible for them to have such qualifications in their entire lives. After this is over, you guys go to the 3 academies and say that I, Lin Ling, said so. Lin Ling had already left with Savage Sword and the others. Are we really going to watch them eat dirt? The young people said in fear. The elders of the divine school had bitter expressions. Being supervised by these juniors? This was a great humiliation to them. What are you afraid of? Senior Demon Son said that if they eat even one stone less, they will all die. But soon, a bold young man said with a laugh. His words caused the hearts of the elders to tremble. If they eat even one stone less, they will all die? This meant that if one of them had any selfish motives, then everyone would be buried with him. Thinking of Lin Ling's previous methods, which could kill people in the void, they immediately did not dare to resist. Elite, don't fight with me. The experts all began to fight, and the broken stone statues scattered on the ground were all stuffed into their stomachs. Little ancestor, look, we didn't miss a single stone. In order to prove it, they kept looking at the young people and said. The young people were excited, and they all raised their chins. At this moment, they were all acting like bosses. At this moment, in the sky of Qingzhou, Lin Ling was still moving forward, sweeping through the major forces that were wreaking havoc in his territory. Savage Sword, have you found it? Lin Ling said from time to time. Broken Sword's voice came from the ground as well. Sir, we've found another faction. Moreover, compared to the divine sect, these people are even more brutal. They've already killed people in the Qing province. Very good, they dare to kill people in my territory. This time, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Go kill them. Remember, leave their heads, I want to leave them for young Master Wuing. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have transformed into a killing god. He followed Savage Sword towards a major force called the Divine School. This major force stayed in Qingzhou, and it was called the Guardian of Qingzhou, but in reality, it was just a tyrannical force. When Lin Ling approached the Divine School, he immediately realized that it was like a palace. Great solar calamity destroying Bao. Lin Ling did not waste any time. The dragon Bao appeared and bombarded the ground. Boom! The entire palace immediately shattered, and countless experts died under the arrow. The remaining experts rushed out in anger. I am the son of the devil. Today, you are all dead. Looking at the experts who rushed out, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. It was very cold, incomparably cold. After hearing the 3 words son of devil, those experts were stunned, and then their faces turned pale one after another. Kill! Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give them time to talk nonsense, and directly killed them all. Because he knew that if he had returned a year later, these people's killing intent would have spread to his grandfather. Since they dared to come, then they would stay forever. Spare us! Those experts screamed in horror and fled in all directions. No fucking hell! Savage Sword and Savage Sword turned into assassins and took their lives one by one. Blood sprinkled down like rain, and all the warriors in Qingzhou saw it. Moreover, they also knew who did it. It was the son of the devil. Sure enough, after Lin Ling returned, he was unscrupulous, and did not give any face at all, directly killing. If you dare to kill me, I will kill everyone in Qingzhou. Chapter 3385. Blackmail. Kill! Kill! They thought that Lin Ling would restrain himself because of this. However, this only hastened the pace of their deaths. Moreover, they wanted to drag the people of Qingzhou down with them, but they found that they couldn't do it under Lin Ling's powerful strength. If Lin Ling wanted them to die at midnight, they wouldn't be able to live until midnight. An hour later, they were all killed, and the sky of the entire Qing province seemed to have calmed down a bit. Lin Ling's head pile was getting more and more. Looking at Qingzhou, all the major forces had been wiped out by Lin Ling. Even if they hadn't been wiped out, they had all escaped from Qingzhou. In the end, Lin Ling also returned to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The people of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were already waiting at the gate of the palace, and they were all extremely excited, because they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so swift and decisive. In less than a day, he had cleaned up all the scourges of Qingzhou. However, just as Lin Ling returned to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, a figure also arrived indifferently. This person floated in the sky of Qingzhou, looking down on the martial artists of Qingzhou. Son of the devil, right? You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yes. This person was a man in the middle stage of the Sage Realm. He wore brocade clothes and held a wine pot in his hand. After seeing Lin Ling, he didn't show the slightest fear. Lin Ling frowned and looked at him. Who are you? Yes. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that Master Wuyin wants to see you. The man smiled faintly. I know you killed a lot of our people, but they were just cats and dogs. Moreover, they were so weak. There was no use in keeping them. Yes. Indeed, they were a bunch of trash. However, trash like to follow trash masters the most. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling said indifferently. Yes. The man's face suddenly became angry, but he quickly laughed again. Although they were trash, they were still Master Wuyin's people. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master before beating a dog. You killed them, you are undoubtedly embarrassing Master Wuyin. Yes. Now, do you dare to come with me to see Master Wuyin? Of course, if you refuse, young Master Wuyin will teach you a lesson. If you don't want everyone in the martial gods' camp to die, you don't have to go. Son of the devil, you're just a coward. The man continued to speak, and his words were filled with provocation. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became even colder. Young Master Wuyin actually captured someone from the martial god battalion? After all, even if young Master Wuyin didn't capture the members of the martial gods battalion, he, Lin Ling, would definitely look for young Master Wuyin. On the other hand, the martial gods barracks was the first place Lin Ling had gone to after arriving at Pine Prefecture. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the marshal of the martial god battalion and the overall marshal of the 6 battalions. As for the war god's old marshal, the sacred flame tiger Crimson Jade Tiger, he was Lin Ling's benefactor and had helped Lin Ling many times. And the 8th Lord, Huang Fuidao. Too many. That marshal of the Martial Gods Battalion is really a tough nut to crack. Young Master Wuyin asked him to kneel, but he actually didn't kneel. His bones were broken, but he didn't even frown. However, young Master Wuyin really appreciated them, so he threw all of them into the latrine and let them soak in feces and urine. Seeing Lin Ling's constantly changing expression, the man thought that Lin Ling still didn't dare to go, so he continued, "Moreover, they've already soaked in feces and urine for half a year. I think that even if they're still alive, their entire body probably stinks of feces and urine. Of course, they probably ate quite a bit of feces and urine in order to survive." Hearing this, Lin Ling's body finally started to tremble. Crimson Jade Tiger, the Eighth Lord, and Huang Fuidao were all true heroes. They'd also handed the Martial Gods Battalion over to Lin Ling. They'd originally wanted to retire and live a relaxed and peaceful life, fishing and touring the mountains and rivers. But now, because of Lin Ling, they'd suffered once again. Lin Ling could guess that no matter how young Master Wuyin tortured them, they wouldn't kneel. Even if their bodies were smashed into pieces, they wouldn't lose their integrity as iron-blooded soldiers. Boom! The anger in Lin Ling's heart erupted like a volcano at this moment. "Oh, you're finally angry? Then are you going or not?" The man leisurely drank his wine. He didn't expect that he was already at death's door. "I'll go, I'll definitely go." Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the other party calmly. However, those calm eyes were extremely cold, giving the man an extremely terrifying feeling. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a human, but a monster from the era of the gods. He gradually realized that in order to anger Lin Ling, he seemed to have gone too far. "You can't kill me, because if you kill me, young Master Wuyin will kill them all." However, since the man dared to come here, he naturally had something to rely on. Ha! However, Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was extremely crazy, as if he wanted to stir up the wind and clouds of the 9 regions. "What are you laughing at?" The man immediately frowned. "I'm laughing at how stupid you are." Lin Ling was still laughing, but he also looked at the man and said, "Why do you say that?" The man didn't dare to drink anymore and said with a sneer, "Young Master Wuyin played so many tricks, there's only one purpose, and that is to come for me, Lin Ling. This also means that if you die, young Master Wuyin doesn't care at all. What he cares about is whether I will go to his place or not." Lin Ling walked forward step by step, causing the man to quietly retreat. He didn't know why he retreated, but now he was a little panicked. "If I tell young Master Wuyin that I, Lin Ling, will go, then you won't have any use." Lin Ling finally arrived in front of the man, and his palm fiercely grabbed. The man's pupils trembled violently, and his mind instantly thought, and he suddenly understood. Compared to the son of Devil, his death had nothing to do with it at all. As long as the son of Devil went, that was enough. Wait. After the man thought it through, he was completely panicked. "Wait for your brother, my ass." Lin Ling's palm suddenly reached out and crushed the man's neck. Then he reached out his left hand, took the man's wine, and drank happily. "Young Master Wuyin, I want you dead." The entire Qingzhou heard Lin Ling's words, which were full of killing intent, and this caused everyone to panic. This was because they rarely saw Lin Ling angry. Lin Ling was relatively calm, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be angry. But this time they saw it. This feeling was like the anger of a dragon. "Master, I really didn't know about this." At this time, the third princess anxiously spoke. She really didn't know about this. This was because the Martial God Battalion wasn't on the Great Azure God Dynasty's side. Therefore, unless the Martial God Battalion told them what had happened, they really wouldn't receive any news. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. This was because he knew that the Marshal didn't want the Martial God Battalion to inform the third princess. That was because the Martial God Battalion didn't want to implicate Qingzhou. They would rather all die than ask for help. This was the pride of the Martial God Battalion. "Young Master Wuyin, you're very powerful. You've angered me again. You might not know, but in my heart, my family is more important than anything else. Because it is also my belief in becoming stronger. Today, even if you're a god, I, Lin Ling, will destroy you once again. Boom. Chapter 3386. It was a magnificent sight to behold, the barracks of the 6 divisions. Strong winds blew against Lin Ling's face, blowing his long hair. His eyes shone brightly. How could this scene be so familiar? In the past, Lord Shui Wu and the others from the Rainforest Holy Land had also encountered a great calamity. Everyone had perished along with the Rainforest Holy Land. This was the pain in Lin Ling's heart. It was also one of the biggest knots in his heart apart from revenge. And now, was history going to repeat itself? As the saying goes, if one often walks by the river, one's feet will get wet. No matter what kind of cultivator one was, as long as one rose up, they would inevitably attract countless enemies. These enemies would constantly suppress them because they did not want the rising generation to surpass them. However, Lin Ling did not believe this. This time, he was going to protect those people. Sir. Cruel Sword and Du Kanying followed beside Lin Ling. Their expressions were extremely cold. As the saying goes, one should not implicate one's family. If these people wanted to target Lin Ling, then they should do it openly. However, they attacked the cultivators of Qingzhou. One had to know that the cultivators of Qingzhou were no different from commoners to the people of the 9 prefectures. Kill without mercy. Lin Ling's gaze was still looking into the distance, but he said coldly, Cruel Sword, and the others nodded. The 3 of them shot forward with absolute speed, leaving behind 3 long rainbows in the sky. The martial gods' camp was located far away from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. As the saying goes, when a general is away, military orders are not obeyed. This showed how far away the martial gods' camp was from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, unless the martial gods' camp personally reported the military situation, the 3rd princess and the others would not know what was happening here. Moreover, as the Azure Emperor, the 3rd princess was already very busy. She did not have the time to investigate the martial gods' camp. After a long time, a lonely land appeared in front of them. Smoke billowed into the sky, and banners hung high. War drums were constantly beating in every corner of the land. Although it was intermittent, it did not stop for a long time. Lin Ling and the others stopped and looked at the land in front of them. Their eyes were filled with shock, because the battle was not over. Moreover, the number of people exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. It was a magnificent scene. 6 battalions kill. A moment later, an army charged out from the chaotic mountain range with a broken banner. The banner fluttered in the wind, but it was a bit broken. There were 3 words carved on it, War God Battalion. Their leader was a general in white armor. He held a green longsword in his hand and looked majestic. However, it could be seen that his white armor had a large number of cracks. Moreover, he looked extremely tired, but his eyes were clearly trembling with vigor. This person wasn't very old, and even Lin Ling's pupils constricted from afar. That was Lin Ling's old friend. The falling flowers flowing water sword he encountered when he first came to Qingzhou had become Lin Ling's subordinate. Falling flowers flowing water sword actually became the marshal of the War God Battalion. Lin Ling was shocked. Dong dong dong. At this time, the earth trembled again. Another great army rushed out from the ancient forest and swept through the earth. The banner fluttered. This time, it was the 10,000 Phoenix Battalion. The leader was a woman in blue armor. She had the demeanor of a heroine. She held a long spear in her hand and looked valiant. Similarly, this woman was also someone Lin Ling knew. She was Tang Yue from Square Commandery. These people were all Lin Ling's good friends who had studied martial arts with him in the Resplendent Academy. Today, they had become the pillars of Qingzhou. Kill, save the War God Battalion. The earth began to boil. From every corner, countless warriors rushed out. Some of them were galloping on the mountains, while others were charging in the sky. Their eyes were filled with an iron-blooded fighting spirit that was not afraid of death. This was the 6 battalions. No one would have thought that the great Qing Divine Dynasty, which seemed safe, was actually a place far away from the Divine Dynasty. This place was already embroiled in a fierce battle. However, the 6 battalions did not inform the great Qing divine dynasty. That was because they knew that even if they did, the Emperor Qing would still help them. Instead, it would distract the Emperor Qing. After all, the Emperor Qing ruled the entire Qingzhou. She had more things to do than the 6 battalions. Therefore, the 6 battalions decided to settle this matter themselves. Moreover, they were the top warriors guarding Qingzhou. If they did not go, who would? Kill. Moreover, it was obvious that the warriors of the 6 battalions had been fighting for a long time. Everyone looked exhausted. Moreover, their numbers had decreased by a lot. 6 battalions? You are just a bunch of useless people. Do you really think that you dare to fight against us? What a joke. The reason why we did not kill all of you was because we were afraid that the Son of Demon would not dare to come back. However, we have received news that the Son of Demon has returned. Moreover, he is coming here. Therefore, all of you are useless. In the mountain range, the sound of drums could be heard. A large number of experts in various clothes appeared quietly. There were many of them and their strength was not weak. They pushed out a large number of war chariots. Upon closer inspection, those war chariots were actually huge white tigers. The white tigers roared. They looked like puppet war chariots, but also like living creatures. Death tiger chariots. Kill. Seeing this, the warriors of the 6 battalions' faces changed slightly. Obviously, they had suffered from these war chariots before. Kill. The head marshal has returned. How can we rely on the head marshal to solve everything? Kill. Kill. However, at this moment, a roar could be heard. Then, a war horse galloped across the sky. A long sword was shining in the sky. It was the falling flowers' flowing water sword. The falling flowers had feelings, but the flowing water was heartless. Commander! Seeing this, all the people of the God of War battalion let out angry roars. However, they also roared and followed the commander. The first person to die, Commander? He is just a piece of trash. Kill him. On the mountain range, all the experts sneered. This group of weak warriors thought they were great. If it wasn't for the fact that young Master Wu Yin was afraid of killing too many people and the Son of Demon didn't dare to return, they would have killed them all. However, this time, these weak warriors didn't need to be left alive. The bird that sticks out gets shot. If you want to raise the morale of the 6 battalions, then I will let you be the first person to eat crabs. Someone shouted coldly and waved his hand. Those huge white tigers gathered together and roared. In their mouths, huge light cannons appeared and gathered together as if they were going to destroy the entire Qingzhou. These white tiger divine cannons can kill a Saint Realm expert with one shot. You trash who don't even have a Saint Realm expert don't know how high the sky is. After the white tiger divine cannons were formed, the experts sneered even more. However, under everyone's gaze, the falling flowers flowing water sword didn't withdraw his sword. He still charged forward fearlessly. His eyes were filled with hatred, because his master was dead. He died in the hands of this group of mysterious people, and also because he was the commander of the God of War battalion. How could he retreat to the enemy? He couldn't rely on the commander to solve everything. He only had admiration for the commander who had left Qingzhou. He knew that the commander was very busy. He was facing the stronger gods of the 9 prefectures. Chapter 3387. One Step to Conquer the World. Boom. The white tiger divine cannon shot forward. Countless light waves condensed. It would kill anything that stood in its way. Die. The experts on the mountain all shouted coldly. The warriors of the 6 camps gritted their teeth and roared in their hearts. The war chariot was called the Death Tiger Chariot because death would descend the moment the tiger chariot appeared. Therefore, they knew that the marshal could not stop the tiger chariot. However, the marshal did not retreat. Even if he died, he would die under the charge. This was how the soldiers of the 6 camps were supposed to be. Falling flowers flowing water sword. At the back of the army, an anxious shout was heard. It was Tang Yue. She, Luo Hua, flowing water sword, and the others had gone through many trials and tribulations together. She was also one of the founding fathers of the Qing province. But now her comrades were going to die here? Ooh. At this moment, the white tigers that spat out the divine cannons looked ferocious, but tears flowed out of their eyes. Those were tears of unwillingness and guilt. It was as if there were soldiers hidden within these white tigers. However, they were not free to do so. If a soldier can't protect his country, then how can he practice martial arts? The dazzling light beam was already in front of Falling Flower's flowing water sword. He shouted heroically, and instead of retreating, he charged forward and slashed with his sword. Unfortunately, this slash was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Well said. However, at this moment, a loud roar was heard. Another slash was made, and blood soared into the sky. Rumble. The huge divine cannon was split into two. It was unstoppable and invincible. In the sky, 3 figures stood there quietly. Among them, the blue-robed figure was as dazzling as the sun. I, Lin Ling, am here. The blue-robed figure looked at the ground. It was as if the Azure Emperor had returned. His inspiring words floated out. The entire ground was silent. The soldiers of the 6 military camps looked at the figure. They were excited. They smiled because their commander-in-chief had returned. Head Marshal. Everyone stopped their charge and knelt down on one knee. They remembered the days when they fought side by side with the marshal. That was the proudest time of the 6 camps. Sir. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword's eyes also became moist, and he knelt down in the air. At this moment, Qing province seemed to have become completely silent. Lin Ling was also looking at all the warriors. He was also excited. Your Excellency, please punish me. Soon after, everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were in unison, shocking everyone's hearts. Get up. Even if Lin Ling's heart was made of stone, he still felt warm at this moment. In order to protect Qing state, these warriors had disregarded their own life and death. Even if they were no match for the enemy, they had never retreated, nor had they asked for help from the great Qing divine dynasty. Therefore, what crime had they committed? We didn't protect the martial god battalion well and didn't chase away the invaders from Qing province. My lord, this is our fault. Falling Flower's flowing water sword raised his head and looked at Lin Ling, saying word by word. Get up. Lin Ling's angry roar shook the hearts of all the warriors. Lin Ling said indifferently, What crime have you committed? You have already done your best. You didn't embarrass me, Lin Ling. Most importantly, the battle hasn't ended yet. We haven't lost yet. Since we haven't lost, what crime have you committed? His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone. They suddenly raised their eyes that were filled with fighting spirit, then nodded heavily. Although they didn't display much strength in this battle, everything was as Lin Ling said. The battle hadn't ended yet, and they hadn't lost yet. This meant that this wasn't a defeat, and they still had hope of winning. Stand up. Thinking of this, Blossoming Flowing Water Sword suddenly roared. Kakaka. All the exhausted soldiers stood up and raised the weapons in their hands, preparing for the next great battle. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the mountain range. I'm here. The son of devil is here. At this moment, the mountain range was silent. The eyes of the experts flickered. Although they knew that the son of devil had returned, they didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. The son of devil is a member of the God-Slayer Alliance. None of those who can enter the God-Slayer Alliance are weak. Some people wanted to retreat because the son of devil wasn't someone they could fight against, unless it was young Master Wuing. Don't be afraid of him. I heard that the son of devil is only in the Saint Realm. We have the White Tiger Divine Cannons. These divine cannons are extraordinarily powerful and can kill a Saint Realm expert. If we gather them, we can definitely kill him. Another person said coldly. Many people nodded. They knew that they had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Fire! The leader waved his hand and ordered, Kill them all! The White Tiger Divine Cannons let out cries as they looked at the young man in the sky with excitement. However, an indescribable force controlled them, causing them to open their mouths and spew out terrifying energy. The ferocious light cannons gathered together and formed an unstoppable light beam that shot towards Lin Ling as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Astral winds whistled as time seemed to stop at this moment. Broken sword, old doe, leave me. However, the man in the sky was still as calm as ever as he spoke to the people beside him. Yes. The two people beside him immediately left. Lin Ling's eyes became incomparably cold as his skin began to quietly turn black. A terrifying, ominous aura spread out, causing the smoky sky to darken as if darkness had invaded. This change undoubtedly caused the experts on the mountain range to tremble with fear. Quick, kill him! An old man let out a furious roar. At the same time, the dazzling light beam had already shot towards Lin Ling. If it wasn't aimed at the sky, it would have been able to destroy the entire Azure province. This is my territory, I am the master. Staring at the light beam, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In the depths of his eyes, the flames of anger were becoming more and more vigorous. Boom! However, these divine cannons were indeed powerful. They actually shattered Lin Ling and turned him into a pile of mush. Good! The people in the mountain range were stunned for a moment before they excitedly shouted. The son of the devil was killed by them? So simple? Lord Grand Marshal. The soldiers of the 6 camps were also stunned. However, a gray light appeared in their eyes. Could it be that the Lord Grand Marshal was killed? Don't hold on to any miracles. Your Lord Grand Marshal has already been blasted into pieces. Do you see? Do you see? The people in the mountain range roared towards the sky. They were extremely happy and excited as if they had done something that would shake the entire 9 provinces. However, this joy didn't last long because someone suspiciously said, "Something isn't right. The mud is actually blocking the light beam." No, the mud is devouring the light beam. Another person noticed something. Instantly, a sense of panic spread across the mountain range. Devour! The son of the devil was actually devouring the power. Chapter 3388. Bewildering. Boom. With a roar, the light completely disappeared. The great beings on the mountain were suffocating. They were so scared that they forgot to breathe. The divine cannons were swallowed? How was that possible? At the same time, endless darkness floated up like clouds. It turned into a giant foot on the mountain and stomped down. It's the world-swallowing beast. The great beings on the mountain finally reacted. They remembered that the son of the devil had the talent of the world-swallowing beast. The darkness was the world-swallowing beast. Plus, the world-swallowing beast's defense was too scary. It had swallowed all the divine cannons. Run! Panic and fear spread out on the mountain. But it was too late to run now. The giant foot was like a ferocious beast's leg. It stomped down on the ground, killing everyone. The void seemed to be distorted. The great beings were either stomped to death or swallowed alive. The sky and the earth suddenly became silent. Master Wuin's men were all annihilated. The warriors of the 6 military camps saw this scene. Their hearts were pounding. After all, they had been fighting with this group of great beings for half a year. But in the end, they could not kill them. But the commander had returned. One step to settle the world. At the same time, the darkness in the sky retreated like a tide. It gradually turned into a young man in a blue robe. His body was not very big, but it was like a mountain. It was majestic and could not fall. It blocked the wind and clouds of the entire Qingzhou. So strong. He is much stronger than before. Lin Ling went to 9 states and became the son of the devil. I have always wondered what the son of the devil was like. Today, I finally get to see it. Wow. Tang Yue smiled excitedly. In the past, Lin Ling was her master. He had helped her grow up and allowed her to witness countless miracles. Later, her master left and flew to a wider sky. It made them yearn for him. But today, after returning, she finally realized that the gap between them and her master had widened. Master Lin Ling is so strong. Similarly, the falling flowers flowing water sword was also shocked. He had single-handedly taken care of all the experts in the 9 states. Those experts were even at the Saint realm. Every one of them was a top-notch existence in the Green State. However, they still could not withstand a single kick from Lord Linling. He had long heard that the true heroes of the 9 prefectures could decide the fate of the entire battlefield by themselves. Even in the ancient Great War of Gods or the Great War of Gods and Demons, powerful martial artists could defy the heavens and change their fate. Had Lord Linling also become such a big shot? Head Marshal! After a moment of silence, the soldiers of the 6 camps all cheered loudly. This was their overall marshal, the only person who had unified the 6 camps. Linling waved his hand at the army. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the scattered white tigers in the mountain range. He hadn't killed those white tigers earlier because he saw numerous familiar gazes in their eyes, and those gazes were filled with dense unwillingness. These white tigers were on his side. Bang! Linling moved his feet and arrived in front of one of the white tigers. He looked down at the white tiger. The white tiger was as tall as a mountain, but it was also injured. At this moment, it let out a roar, but its eyes were filled with excitement. They must be on our side. Linling muttered to himself. His 10,000 elephant devil eyes quietly appeared. Only then did he discover that the white tiger was extremely strange. There were boundary threads on its body that connected the white tiger. This made Linling think of the 9 prefectures' 10 ferocious great devil sect. Because in the Battle of Heavenly King Mountain, Linling and the God Extermination Alliance had killed the great devil sect's 5th demon elder. That demon elder was an expert in piecing together demonic beasts. Using his divine ability, he sewed up the parts of the demonic beasts, and finally, the demonic beasts underwent a sharp change. And this white tiger was a bit similar. Could it be that the great devil sect intervened in this matter? Linling had always wanted to know who the mastermind was. At this moment, he had a certain guess in his heart. However, this is a bit different from piecing together demonic beasts. Then Linling's eyes flashed. Do Kening had also been to Heavenly King Mountain and seen these pieced-together demonic beasts. He also nodded and said, "Young master, these white tigers have a dead spirit chi on them. It seems to be the chi of the underworld." The dead spirit, it's the dead spirit that's controlling them. Linling's mind suddenly became clear. No wonder these white tigers looked like familiar people, but they couldn't control them. It turned out to be the dead spirit. Speaking of which, Linling had also seen this method in Qingzhou in the past. In the past, Grandma Wendao had been poisoned by the dead spirit. She had been controlled by the dead spirit. It should be known that this kind of goo was very powerful. Even if someone at the Sage Realm was poisoned by the goo, they would have to obey obediently. In the Universal Void, only the land of eternal rest of the 9 prefectures' 10 ferocious heroes can control the dead spirit. Do Kening said again. He looked at Linling and asked, "Young master, the people from the land of eternal rest are the most vengeful. Have you ever offended them?" Linling nodded. In the past, he had killed a person from the land of eternal rest of the heroes in Qingzhou. It seems that there's another opponent in this matter. The land of eternal rest of the heroes should also be involved. Do Kening frowned. He never expected that Qingzhou would attract so many ancient experts. Let's ignore this first and save them first. Linling walked towards the white tiger and a powerful soul power spread out. His soul power had reached level 10,000, which was terrifying. He suddenly felt a cold and gloomy chi in the white tiger's body. "Go to hell!" Linling shouted angrily. One of the nemeses of the dead spirit was soul power. When his soul power attacked like a wave, a sharp voice floated out. Then, a ferocious-looking woman rushed out from the white tiger's body. However, just as she appeared, she was immediately drowned by Linling's soul power. "Go to hell!" Linling was straightforward. His soul power enveloped all the white tigers and killed all the dead spirits. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. It sounded like a baby crying and a woman moaning, causing everyone in the 6 camps to feel a chill in their hearts. "My lord!" After losing the control of the dead spirits, the white tigers spoke in human language. "Men, take off the white tiger's skin from them." Seeing this, Lin Ling shouted. A large number of people walked out from the 6 camps and used swords and knives to cut off the white tiger's skin. Surprisingly, there was a person trapped in the white tiger's skin. At this moment, all of them were freed. Lord Commander! When the people who were freed saw Lin Ling, they immediately knelt down on one knee. Lord Li Puimo, Lord Time Dragon Kill, Lord Huang Fuidao. When he saw the people who walked out, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked because he realized that these people were from the martial gods' camp. My lord! Everyone's eyes were moist. Lin Ling was back. Lin Ling was finally back. Quickly, get up. Lin Ling was extremely excited. He helped the seniors up and looked at the white tiger's skin. He was shocked. Chapter 3389. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, and this method was to take the skin of a demonic beast and drape it over a human's body, turning the human into a demonic beast. This was an ever-changing method. Where is Lord Red Jade Tiger? Then, Lin Ling looked at Huang Fuidao and the others and said, In Sky City. Everyone spoke angrily and looked at Lin Ling pleadingly, Head Marshal, please save Lord Red Jade Tiger. They are suffering inhumane torture right now. Hearing this, Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. Lin Ling's comrade-in-arms, his former lord, was actually treated like an animal and tied up in a tiger's body. This was an insult to him, Lin Ling. Charge! Lin Ling let out a furious roar. Charge! Everyone roared. Lin Ling took a step forward and took the lead in heading towards Sky City. He knew that there were many people who wanted to take Lin Ling's life today. It was beyond his imagination, and it was even somewhat confusing. But no matter who it was, Lin Ling would fight to the death today. The army followed Lin Ling and marched towards the empty city. The empty city was an ancient city that was not famous in the Qing prefecture. Young Master Wuyin and the others had gathered here. If it wasn't for the fact that they were wary of the Azure Emperor's ancient power and were afraid of attacking the Azure Emperor, which would cause many people in the 9 prefectures to curse them, young Master Wuyin would have already arrived at the great Qing divine dynasty. After all, although the Green State was weak, it was still one of the 9 states. It had its own laws and rules set by the gods. The position of the God Emperor could only be decided by the people of the Green State. No one from the other divine prefectures could touch it. At this moment, the atmosphere in Sky City was foul and foul. A huge silk banner fluttered in the sky, with 2 large words embroidered on it, Shadowless. It looked like a great army, but in reality, it was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. The entire city was filled with experts, but they were dressed differently. Some of them had long hair of various colors, while others had tattoos of dragons and tigers on their bodies. No matter how one looked at it, they were a group of itinerant cultivators, not soldiers. Hee hee, today we drank a lot of wine and peed a lot. Have a taste of our pee. In the center of Sky City, there was a massive pool. This pool was several hundred meters wide and it was filled with a foul stench. As one looked carefully, they could see that the entire pool was filled with a yellowish-white substance. Not only that, but there were also martial artists taking a dump on the side. Looking at the center of the pool, there was a massive number of people gathered there. All of them wore tattered armor and their faces were pale. Their bodies were also covered with yellowish-white substance, making them look extremely distressed. They were from the Martial Gods Battalion. The person in the lead was Red Jade Tiger, and beside him was Lord Eighth. They were all men and they were also soldiers. If they were killed, they wouldn't even frown. Master Wuyin obviously knew this, so he used excrement to humiliate these unyielding soldiers. At this moment, inside the smelly pond, Chiyuhu's group didn't have any change in expression. They were standing straight like pine trees. Even though their bones were broken and their bodies felt as if they had been cut by blades, they still didn't bat an eyelid. In addition to their broken bones, their bodies were also covered with wounds. Many places had worms crawling on them, so deep that their bones could be seen. Of course, they knew that Master Wuyin wanted to humiliate them, but how could they let him do as he wished? Even if they had to die standing, they wouldn't sit down and beg for mercy. What a bunch of lowly wretches. It's been half a year, but no one has begged for mercy. No one has even frowned. After one of the martial artists finished taking a dump, he spat out his saliva and said, "Humph, they won't be able to last much longer. Sooner or later, they will fall. I heard that people who die from excrement will reincarnate as animals in their next lives. Hee hee, with such a large group of animals being born, maybe in a few years, the meat we eat will be their meat." Another person sneered. They didn't see that in the distant sky, there were rolling dark clouds that were surging with killing intent. The person in the lead was Lin Ling. His 10,000 elephant demon eyes appeared, and he clearly saw the scene in the city. An explosive anger exploded in his heart. It was like the wrath of the heavens. Rumble. The sky shook, and countless dragon roars resounded. The sky city on the ground also shook, and the city walls collapsed. Countless experts in the city noticed the scene in the distance. "Who are these people?" Someone frowned and said. However, in the sky, the dragon god swept over the earth and shot 4 arrows. Rumble. The dragon god's arrows, mixed with Lin Ling's anger, directly broke the city and caused a river of blood to flow. Ah! What is this? Help! The martial artists in the city were drinking wine and enjoying life, but in the next moment, they reported to the netherworld. Lin Ling's 4 arrows were so terrifying that in the blink of an eye, 50 to 60,000 experts were destroyed. "Go down and bring Lord Red Jade Tiger and the others out." Lin Ling arrived at the top of the Sky City and said coldly as he looked down. "Yes, Lord." The people of the 6 camps said excitedly and shot towards the ground. "Old Doe, Broken Sword, go and help them. Those who block the way, kill without mercy," Lin Ling said again. He knew that the people of the 6 camps could not stop the experts of the 9 prefectures. Do Kan Ing and the others nodded. Lin Ling stood quietly in the sky, watching Red Jade Tiger and the others being rescued. Red Jade Tiger and the others looked at the man in the sky, and they were all excited, but soon fainted. In the past 6 months, they had been holding on with a single breath. Now that they saw the chief marshal of the 6 camps return, they finally collapsed. "Lord!" Looking at the fainted Red Jade Tiger and the others, Lin Ling clenched his fist so tightly that it made cracking sounds. "Young Master Wu Yin, get out here!" His roar shook the heavens and the earth. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, a large number of figures flew out from the Sky City. At a closer look, there were more than 100,000 people, and many of them were experts of the Saint Realm. The leader was a young man in white. He sat on a chair and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He looked elegant, as if he was a young master of some family. "Son of Demon, you're finally here. I'm young Master Wu Yin, and I've been waiting for a long time." A white jade fan appeared in his hand, and he slowly waved it. "You're young Master Wu Yin? I thought you were some big shot, but it turns out you're just a damn transvestite who doesn't look like a man or a woman." Lin Ling looked angrily at young Master Wu Yin and shouted angrily, "You!" Young Master Wu Yin had a feminine beauty, and no one had ever dared to scold him like that. Lin Ling was the first. But he instantly put away the fan in his hand, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "I know you're angry, very angry. How about it? How about my big gift to you?" The big gift he spoke of was, of course, referring to the fate of the people of the martial god camp. Hee hee, it's a good gift, but it's impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Ling laughed, and he was equally cold and heartless. His eyebrows twitched, and a giant realm-swallowing beast appeared behind him. It opened its mouth, and a rumbling sound came out. Countless heads floated to the ground, and they were the people that Lin Ling had killed. They were all under young Master Wu Yin's command. Chapter 3390. Second Grade Ultimate Desolate Body. The densely packed heads fell to the ground like raindrops. The expression on each of their heads was one of unforgettable pain. Over at Master Wu Yin's side, everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with horror, which then turned into anger. Extreme anger. Those people had come to Qingzhou with them. Many of them had a good relationship with them. They had drunk and chatted merrily, telling each other about their dreams. They looked forward to the day when they could enter the world of gods and travel around the 9 prefectures. But now they were all dead. Furthermore, they had died with grievances. The enemy had left their heads behind to humiliate them. Boom. At this instant, everyone looked at the blue-robed youth in the sky. Their eyes turned red. The son of the devil was too ruthless. Master Wuyin was also stunned. His hands were trembling. He naturally knew that Lin Ling had brought these heads here to return an eye for an eye. However, he was the one who had brought these people here. Now, all of them had been killed and their heads left behind. This was a great humiliation for them. How is it? Do you like this gift? Seeing Master Wuyin fall into silence, Lin Ling said lightly. He could also sense the anger of these people. However, they had only themselves to blame. Could it be that only they were allowed to kill Lin Ling, while Lin Ling was not allowed to kill them? I like it. I like it a lot. Master Wuyin immediately licked his lips. However, his voice was extremely deep. Anyone could sense that he was furious. Master Wuyin, you must kill the son of the devil. You must chop him into pieces and feed his corpse to the dogs. Master Wuyin, we have endured for so long. It's time to take action. Behind Master Wuyin, the experts said ferociously. It was obvious that they had restrained themselves in the Qing prefecture. However, they never expected that their restraint would be exchanged for the son of the devil's arrogance. Take action? Yes, definitely. These people followed me, Master Wuyin, and died valiantly. I will send their heads back to their hometowns. Master Wuyin stood up from his chair. A strong yin wind emanated from his body. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me help you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said lightly. With a twitch of his eyebrows, flames rose from the heads on the ground. It was a colorful flame. It was the space-time divine fire. These flames incinerated the heads, leaving not even a single bone for them. Master Wuyin wanted to bring these heads back for burial, but Lin Ling Wuyin. This scene was like adding oil to the fire, causing the experts in the distance to explode with rage. They Wuyin's Wuyin people of the Qing prefecture, but instead of blaming them Wuyin their deaths, Wuyin. What was the point of such a person not dying? Wuyin? With Wuyin heaven and Wuyin with Wuyinus the expert behind Master Wuyin couldn't hold it in anymore. His killing intent soared to the sky, shaking the entire Qing prefecture. Son of the devil, I know you're powerful. You can defeat 70% of the people in the Saint Realm. However, you've missed one point. I, Master Wuyin, dared to come here. I must have absolute confidence. Master Wuyin said coldly. Let's talk about the person behind you. Lin Ling Wuyin's expression remained unchanged. He didn't believe that a mere Master Wuyin dared to provoke him. You don't need to know. You really don't need to know. Master Wuyin shook his head. I came from the east and entered the Miao prefecture to cultivate. I was lucky enough to enter the God's world. What I've seen and met are people you can only look up to. You're the son of the devil. I, Master Wuyin, can deal with you alone. You came from the north, but you're also a famous person in the 9 prefectures. I came from the east. Let's see if the north or the east is more powerful. He stretched out his right hand. A dazzling light bloomed. It was very cold. It was as if a piece of the coldest ice had appeared in his palm. What is that? The falling flowers and flowing water sword's pupils constricted. That light gave them a feeling of great pressure. Embroidery needle? Do afterimage and the others were powerful. They could see the source of that light. However, that embroidery needle was extraordinary. It must be a powerful extreme artifact. Son of the devil. Every famous person in the 9 prefectures has an ultimate desolate body. I know you have one too. You have the realm-devouring beast, the dragon bone, and the space-time divine steel of the 6 great god eyes of the universe. However, I also have an ultimate desolate body. Master Wuyin laughed. His laughter was very cold. Silk threads began to appear around his body. These silk threads were extremely powerful. They could cut through the sky of the Qing prefecture. This was the Dark Lady's shadow lightning body. It was a second-grade ultimate desolate body. One had to know that in the 9 prefectures, ultimate desolate bodies were already rare. A second-grade desolate body was even rarer. A terrifying aura permeated the sky. Many cloth dolls appeared around Master Wu's body. These cloth dolls could move and smile. However, they gave off a gloomy feeling. Could it be the legendary talent? Do Afterimage's expression changed drastically. Beside him, Remnant Sword subconsciously asked, "Master, what talent is this?" There is a goddess in the world of gods. However, she was trapped at the bottom of a well since she was young. Every day at the bottom of the well felt like a year. She developed endless resentment. Later on, she used embroidery needles to embroider many creatures. Those creatures were all living creatures and were extremely mysterious. Once, those creatures accidentally escaped from the ancient well. After that, the ancient land of the 9 prefectures attracted a calamity. Thousands of worlds were plunged into misery and suffering. This is the talent of the goddess. Because her resentment was too strong, she was also called the Nether Lady. Hearing this, Remnant Sword's expression changed. No wonder those dolls gave him a suppressive feeling. Lin Ling also frowned. He realized that Master Wu was at the peak of the Saint Realm. However, what was truly amazing was his talent. No wonder you don't look like a human or a ghost. Playing with embroidery needles. You reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be reincarnated into a woman. Lin Ling said indifferently. You will understand. You will definitely understand. Master Wu nodded. The dolls behind him let out sharp screams. They seemed to be extremely angry. Master Wu, let's begin. Behind young Master Wu, the other experts continued to shout out. However, don't kill him. I want to kill him myself. Master Wu nodded immediately. His hands flew up and countless silk threads danced in the sky. This made Lin Ling realize that Huang Fui Dao and the others were trapped not long ago. It seemed to be Master Wu's method. Rumble. A terrifying thing happened. Those silk threads were like cloth dolls. They were constantly mended and a faint ancestral power pervaded the air. Miserable screams rang out. Those experts seemed to be suffering inhumane torture. They were in extreme pain. Chapter 3391. The wrath of an expert could shatter the heavens and earth. Dragons, tigers, cheilants, black tortoises, and other divine beasts descended. They were all roaring at the sky, their voices shaking the 9 provinces. Haha. Young Master Wu let out a hearty roar. Mine is a second-grade ultimate desolate body. It can increase a warrior's strength by 2 times. Son of Demon, let me tell you, they are no longer at the Sage Realm. They are all existences that match the martial ancestor realm. Now, are you afraid? 2 times the strength. Lin Ling's eyes immediately flickered. He had to admit that the ultimate desolate body was indeed powerful. One had to know that if an expert at the peak of the Sage Realm had his strength increased by 2 times, he would be able to fight a martial ancestor realm expert. Son of Demon, I can tell that you have become stronger. You have reached the 4th heaven of the Sage Realm, but how are you going to fight me? Kill him. Roar. Young Master Wu roared again. The various divine beasts behind him immediately pounced forward, stirring up a storm. How am I going to fight? Young Master Wu roared again in high spirits. If he could defeat the Son of Demon, he would be the #1 person in the myriad of worlds. The warriors in the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Southern realm only remembered him as young Master Wu. The Son of Demon, Lin Ling, had to step aside. Enough nonsense. Lin Ling coldly roared. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand as he pounced forward. Space-time divine steel. In the sky, the ancient stone steel smashed down. Flames spewed out in a myriad of colors. The aura of an ultimate desolate body also burst out from within. With a rumbling sound, The divine beasts in front of him were immediately smashed to smithereens and burned by the flames. And after the face skins were burned clean, the warriors inside were immediately revealed. However, they were still burned by the space-time fire as they let out tragic cries. So this is the space-time god I. Young Master Wuyin muttered to himself. Every ultimate desolate body was an existence that could not be underestimated. Today, he knew how powerful the son of demon was. Unfortunately, your talent is lower than mine. Following that, young Master Wuyin sneered. Lin Ling's space-time divine steel could only kill a portion of the divine beasts, but he had more divine beasts. Is that so? Lin Ling rushed into the huge group of divine beasts, and his 5 dantians merged together. The demon sword bloomed, and 70% of the demon sword steps slashed out. Blood gushed out, and every slash killed a divine beast. So powerful, he's even stronger than before. Seeing this, Master Wuyin frowned, but he quickly ordered all the divine beasts to surround Lin Ling. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could block so many of them. Roar, roar, roar. There were dragons roaring and tigers descending from the mountains. Their auras were extremely terrifying, and even the void was shaken into pieces. A dragon doesn't look like a dragon, a tiger doesn't look like a tiger. In the end, it's just a doll. Lin Ling held the sword as the other 3 talents in his body began to merge. They were the realm-swallowing beast, the sky dragon protector, and the great serene wind dragon. His speed first changed. He didn't even need to burst out with 500 world speed. With just 400 world speed, he had already surpassed the speed of all divine beasts. After all, these weren't real divine beasts. They were just a layer of skin sewn on the surface. They couldn't even be considered bloodlines. If this is your pride, then open your eyes wide and watch. I'm going to kill all your divine beasts. In the space, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, domineering and unruly. After the 3 talents appeared, Lin Ling's aura crazily increased, especially his physical strength. It had the aura of breaking through 9 provinces. Boom! He punched out, colliding head-on with a huge qilin. But the result was that the punch tore open the scales of the qilin, revealing a panicked martial artist. He let out a cry of disbelief. How is this possible? Boom! The next moment he was blown apart by a punch. Lin Ling didn't stop. The illusion god True Inheritance appeared, and countless Lin Ling descended into the sky. The sword came out and killed everything. Blood flowed like a river. It was as if Lin Ling had transformed into the god of death, slaughtering all of these inhuman and demonic beings without leaving a single trace. He killed to his heart's content. He used their blood to let the people of the 9 provinces know that the Green Province was the son of the demon's territory. All intruders would be killed no matter how far away they were. How is this possible? My divine beasts have reached the half-step martial ancestor realm. According to the outside world's evaluation of the son of the demon, he can't possibly win. Seeing the divine beasts being torn apart in the sky, Master Wuyin's eyes narrowed. Back in the Yen province, Lin Ling had fought against the Sage Realm experts. Although he had won, Master Wuyin knew that Lin Ling had won with great difficulty. Those Sage Realm experts were just ordinary sages. His divine beast was even more powerful. It could kill all the saints by itself, but it was still killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling killed it to his heart's content. Where has he been all this time? How did his strength increase so much? Master Wuyin gritted his teeth. Calamity-destroying Sun Bao, 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. At that moment, a terrifying dragon roar was heard. In the center of the countless divine beasts, a real dragon god appeared. Then, countless arrows were shot out, and the light of the Buddha god illuminated the land. The heavenly dragon guardian. An ancient voice rang in everyone's hearts at the same time. I see that the people of the world are walking in the dust. They do not know what is going on. How long can they enjoy glory and splendor? Even if they have 1,000 pounds of gold, they do not know the poverty of the forest. That voice was like the voice of a deity. The sky was filled with light, and thousands of arrows destroyed everything. Silence! The green province was silent. When the light gradually fell to the ground like snowflakes, the people looked up and realized that there were no divine beasts in the sky. There was nothing. Instead, the sky turned blue, and a blue-robed figure stood there quietly. This scene shocked the people of the 6 barracks. They now knew what it meant when a powerhouse was angry that the sky would fall and the earth would split. After all, there were 100,000 experts there, and they were all in the sage realm. Any one of them could be considered an overlord in the Green Province. However, they were killed in one move? Young Master Wu's breathing stopped, and his expression froze. The son of the devil Lin Ling had become so strong? He had killed all the half-step martial ancestor divine beasts by himself, and the son of the devil Lin Ling was only at the 4th heaven of the sage realm. Previously, you wanted to bring their heads back and give them a proper burial. However, do you think you can leave by yourself? While young Master Wu was still in shock, a cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. Without seeing how Lin Ling moved, he had already appeared in front of young Master Wu. A second-grade ultimate desolate body is so weak? He looked at young Master Wu with contempt. Young Master Wu's body trembled. Why was his second-grade ultimate desolate body ineffective against Lin Ling? It's not over yet. However, young Master Wu did not have an undeserved reputation for being able to rise from the east and enter the world of gods. His hands moved quickly, and the embroidery needles danced, embroidering something around his body. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared. This was the real endless mountains and rivers. Boom! Lin Ling's left arm trembled, and a dragon claw appeared. He suddenly slashed out. Rumble! The endless mountains and rivers were crushed by the claw. The number 1 genius born in the East. Chapter 3392. Holy Night of God. It's not over yet. At this moment, Master Wu seemed to have transformed into a netherworld maiden. He used his embroidery arts to embroider a world of gods. Universal Void appeared. This was a real universal void. It had to be said that his talent was indeed terrifying. He could be said to be a god that had yet to rise. However, if he was a god that had yet to mature, then Lin Ling was a god that was already maturing. A slash of his sword. The universal void was like a painting as it was torn apart by the sword, revealing Master Wu behind the universal void. His expression was clearly one of panic. Impossible! He let out a cry of disbelief. Phew! However, Lin Ling's dragon claw suddenly reached forward and grabbed Master Wu's embroidery needle. The embroidery needle was also extremely powerful. It let out a sharp sound like a worm and pierced through Lin Ling's palm, entering Lin Ling's body as though it wanted to wreak havoc. Upon seeing this, Master Wu's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth nearly curled into a smile. Wreaking havoc in my territory? However, Lin Ling did not seem to know that the embroidery needle had entered his body. Instead, he said coldly. After he said this, the sharp sound was heard again. The strange embroidery needle actually retreated from Lin Ling's palm, as though it had seen something terrifying in Lin Ling's body. This scene caused the smile on Master Wu's face to freeze. How could this be? He did not know that other than Lin Ling's 5 dantians being powerful, his body was also in existence that could not be underestimated. After all, he had 2 ultimate desolate bodies. Together with the space-time divine steel, he had 3 ultimate desolate bodies. How could Master Wu's embroidery needle resist the dragon god body? The next moment, Lin Ling crushed the embroidery needle in his grip. No! Young Master Wu's heart trembled with fear. Lin Ling's strength was too ridiculous. He, young Master Wu, had a higher cultivation level and greater talent, so why was he being ruthlessly suppressed by Lin Ling? He could not figure it out at all. If he knew that Lin Ling had not even used his full strength against him, his heart would probably fall into the abyss. All of this was caused by you. You should know what kind of person I am. I even dare to kill a god, much less a mere piece of trash like you. To be honest, you can provoke me or even challenge me, but you should not have come to my homeworld. You have violated my principles. Lin Ling's principles. Lin Ling looked at Master Wuyin indifferently. That gaze made Master Wuyin feel suffocated. Master Wuyin gritted his teeth and said, "Son of Devil, I'm not the only one who wants your life. I'm just following orders. If you dare to kill me, Qing province will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering." Wuyin, 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 Wuyin to Wuyin to Wuyin. You are very familiar with me, so you should also know that this kind of threat is completely useless to me. Instead, it will only hasten your death. Son of the Devil, I'm from the Duan clan. Master Wuyin's heart turned cold. He knew that after his defeat, the Son of Devil would definitely kill him. However, he never thought that he would be defeated. After all, it had only been a few years since the great battle in the Yan province. In just a few years, the Son of the Devil had entered the fourth heaven of the Saint Realm. This was already very impressive. How could he possibly become stronger with other means? However, it just so happened that Lin Ling's other methods had indeed become stronger. Moreover, they had become ridiculously strong, abnormally strong. I don't know the Duan clan. Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. The Duan clan is the #1 clan in Miaozhou and the only clan in 9 regions that can enter the world of gods. You actually don't know them. At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted out. In the sky, golden light shone resplendently, and then a young man riding a horse slowly walked over from the void. He was obviously very far away from Qing province. What he saw was only an afterimage, but it was as if he had personally arrived at Qing province. The afterimages kept getting closer and closer. In just a breath's time, a knight appeared in the sky above Qingzhou. It was a godlike knight. "For you." Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the young man. He realized that the young man's strength was unfathomable. On the surface, he seemed to be in the Saint Realm, but he seemed to have sealed some kind of power. His body contained both the power of gods and the power of ancestors. This meant that this person was a genuine martial ancestor. Moreover, this was the first time that Lin Ling had seen such a young martial ancestor. "Divine Sacred Knight, Duan I," the young man said proudly. He looked at the people of Qing province as if he was looking at a group of ants. It was a ruthless and cold gaze. "Divine Sacred Knight?" "Yes." Lin Ling frowned. "I know you don't understand, so I'll tell you again. Divine Sacred Knight, one of the 4 great gods, the Divine Guard. You should understand what I mean." The young man said indifferently. "The 4 great gods?" "Yes." Hearing this, Do Ying and the others were the first to gasp. To them, the 4 great gods were legendary figures. They had only heard of these names and would never have the chance to meet them in their lifetime. It was rumored that the 4 great gods were the only 4 great gods left after the Great War of the Era of Gods. They dominated the world of gods and decided the divine emperor of Jiuzhou. The ancient power was the power that they left behind. "Because you're the divine sacred knight, and also the lord above him, I have to give you face?" "Yes." Lin Ling's brows relaxed and he said again, "Also, I think this is the first time I've met you." "Yes." "It's not the first time. During the Great War of Yan Province, the new heavenly court and the Flame Emperor came to kill you. I was also there." The young man said with a smile. "Is this the reason why you ordered the underworld to attack Qing Province?" Lin Ling asked. "That's not it. It's just that I made a bet with someone. Many people said that you, Lin Ling, are difficult to capture, so I wanted to tell them that it was just that, so I came to find you." The young man said with a smile. Although he was the guard of a god, he seemed to think of himself as a god. Because of a bet, he wreaked havoc in Qing province. Veins appeared on Lin Ling's forehead as he nodded. "So that's how it is. But in my opinion, you seem to be just another person's dog. I don't understand why you can feel superior even as a dog." "You're calling me a dog?" The young man was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to mock him without saying anything. "I'm not saying that you're a dog. I'm saying that you're a loyal dog," Lin Ling said again. The young man was stunned again. "Son of the devil, Lin Ling, you're too bold." At this time, the dark clouds in the sky rolled, and a large number of experts arrived. This group of experts was as pale as paper and lacked spirit, as if they were corpses from the underworld. However, there was a silk banner among them with a few words written on it: resting place of heroic spirits. 9 provinces, 10 evils. Although it was Lin Ling's second time seeing this group of people who controlled dead spirits, he wasn't surprised by their appearance because he had already guessed it. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape today. Moreover, the appearance of the 9 provinces, 10 evils wasn't a mere resting place of heroic spirits. A man had also arrived with a large number of demonic beasts. Demonic chi surged, causing one's heart to palpitate. Chapter 3393. I was wrong. I didn't expect a dog of God to be with the 9 prefectures, 10 fiends. How ironic. Doesn't God represent justice? Lin Ling wasn't surprised by the appearance of the Great Devil Sect. He killed one of the 5 Great Devil Elders, so the Great Devil Sect must hate him to the core. Your mouth stinks. After the experts of the Great Devil Sect arrived, their faces were extremely ugly and they were boiling with anger. Because with so many experts besieging Lin Ling, this Lin Ling actually dared to be stubborn. This kind of tenacious fighting spirit was often the most infuriating thing. Son of Devil Lin Ling, why do you have to do this? Moreover, after the Great Devil Sect ended, another powerful force of the 9 prefectures arrived. This time, it was the Divine Escort Mansion. They came with the banner of justice. The Divine Escort Mansion had helped the new Heavenly Court in the past, so Lin Ling wasn't surprised that they would also appear. How lively! Which other dogs are coming? Is the new Heavenly Court here? Lin Ling smiled and simply waited quietly. He wanted to see how many people in the 9 prefectures wanted his life. I'm sorry, Lin Ling. Our Fu Hang Manor is also here. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the new Heavenly Court didn't come. Instead, the 9 prefectures' Fu Hang Manor came. The Fu Hang Manor was a bank that could be found all over the 9 prefectures. The strongest was the 13 Blessings. In the past, Lin Ling also had a friendship with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling never expected that the Fu Hang Manor would also participate in this operation. Moreover, there's also us. Other than the Fu Hang Manor, the Flying Dragon Organization also sent people over. Countless assassins appeared. You guys. Du Ying was from the Flying Dragon Organization and was an expert with 13 kills. Therefore, he recognized the assassins that came. They were all above 15 kills and could be called the elites of the Flying Dragon Organization. Du Ying also didn't expect that the Flying Dragon Organization would make a move on Lin Ling. This meant that the Flying Dragon Organization had given up on Lin Ling. The reason was probably because they were afraid of the 4 great gods. The great forces of the 9 prefectures, the Godly Escort Mansion, the Flying Dragon Organization, and the Fu Hang Manor had all appeared. These great forces with endless history had all appeared. This made Lin Ling smile because Lin Ling had come into contact with these ancient powers when he was very weak. But today, because of the Divine Paladins, they were all targeting him, Lin Ling. On the contrary, the new Heavenly Court was the only one that didn't come. However, Lin Ling guessed that the new Heavenly Court was probably waiting for everything behind the scenes. At this moment, the sky above Qing province was extremely oppressive. All the warriors in Qing province found it difficult to breathe. They did not know what had happened, but they all had an intuition that there must be countless 9 states, Mount Tai and Big Dipper, above the land of Qing province. Lord Lin Ling. Everyone was worried about Lin Ling. At present, only Lin Ling alone in Qing province could withstand these storms. At this moment, on the side of Sky City, all the experts were looking at Lin Ling with indifferent expressions. They did not make any moves. Perhaps in their opinion, with so many great forces taking action, Lin Ling would not be able to escape even if he grew wings, so there was no need to be anxious. Now, do you have anything you want to say? The young man on the horse looked at Lin Ling with a smile. The Son of Devil was very famous, but in his opinion, it was just SOSO. He only needed to move his eyebrows and the Son of Devil would be captured. I'm sorry. I was wrong when I said that you were a dog. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently, Hearing this, the young man smiled. He was not surprised that Lin Ling would say this. It seemed that Lin Ling was afraid and was now begging for mercy. Humans are a changeable animal. One moment, they can be strong and unyielding, but the next moment, they become like a stray dog. But it's understandable. The young man laughed. I was wrong before, because I shouldn't have targeted you. That loyal dog wasn't referring to you alone, but to everyone here. However, before the young man's laughter ended, Lin Ling spoke again. This caused the young man's laughter to freeze, and he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not apologize or beg for mercy. In fact, he was cursing everyone. Do you know what you're saying? The young man's face turned ferocious, and the anger in his heart was extremely strong. Death was at hand, but that kid was still so stubborn. I'm saying that you're not the only dog. Everyone here is a dog. Do you hear me clearly? If you think my voice is not loud enough, then I'll shout. Lin Ling said calmly, everyone here is a loyal dog. When this sentence floated out, it caused ripples in the endless mountains and rivers of Qingzhou. It caused the hearts of all the strong cultivators to explode. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful. However, did Lin Ling think that he could go against all of them by himself? What a joke! As for Master Wuyin, who was still being held by Lin Ling's dragon claw, his heart was roaring. He was roaring because of Lin Ling's arrogance. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's gaze was already on him, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. You! Master Wuyin suddenly thought of something when he saw that gaze. You've seen it now. Your master is here, but I'm still not afraid. So, what right do you, a piece of trash from the east border, have to make me revere you? Lin Ling said with a smile. Master Wuyin's body trembled. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill him. He definitely wanted to kill him. Lin Ling was not even afraid of the great forces of the 9 prefectures, so why would he be afraid of him? As for his master, Duan Yi, Lin Ling had already scolded him to his face. How could he give him face? You don't have to say anything. I'll kill you in front of your master. Lin Ling's smile turned cold, but his voice sounded like he was talking to a friend. The bloodthirsty and murderous aura in his body was like a seed that kept sprouting. Today, for Qingzhou, for his home, he was ready to fight a bloody battle. This was because he would never give up his home. This was his principle. Bang! In the next moment, Master Wuyin's neck was crushed, and his lower body fell to the ground. Lin Ling's dragon claw was still holding the head. After admiring it for a while, he threw it at the young man on the horse. I'll return it to you. The head flew over, and blood splattered, leaving a dazzling trail in the sky. Bang! Duan Yi's brows twitched. He released his power and blasted the head into pieces. However, his face was extremely gloomy, and his anger had reached its peak. In the 9 prefectures, no one had ever dared to provoke the sacred Knight of God. The son of demon was the number 1, and his demonic nature was very strong. I originally wanted to spare your life, but it seems like there's no need for that. I know you're very strong, but do you see how many martial ancestors there are here? Duan Yi shouted angrily, and a long halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd shone with golden light. This was a top-notch extreme weapon, and it contained a strand of divine power. Although it was very little, it was a power that could dominate the 9 prefectures. Can you block one of my attacks? Let me tell you, I'm a martial ancestor. Duan Yi thrust his halberd forward, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge halberd shot toward Lin Ling. After you die, everyone in Qingzhou will die. The terrifying halberd shone with a dazzling golden light and shot toward Lin Ling. Its power was extremely terrifying. But before they could even land, the ground around Sky City began to shatter and fly up into the sky. My lord! Chapter 3394. So what if you're a divine paladin? Rumble. The halberd quickly wreaked havoc on Lin Ling, sending him crashing into the ground. Then, a huge shockwave exploded out and a huge crater appeared. Martial ancestor, do you know what a martial ancestor is? A divine paladin, Do you know what a divine paladin is? When he saw that Lin Ling was unable to withstand a single blow, Duan Yi sneered. His anger seemed to have lessened. The people from the various great forces were also sneering. They reckoned that Lin Ling should be dead by now. After all, no matter how powerful a martial sage was, he could not possibly be a match for a martial ancestor. Rumble. However, at that moment, the ground began to tremble. A monster grew out of the billowing dust. Its aura was extremely terrifying, like a dragon god or a ferocious creature. In the next instant, a dazzling golden light flashed and a halberd was thrown back. It was as swift as lightning and filled with vigor. So what if you're a divine paladin? Following that, a domineering and arrogant voice, like the language of a demon, spread throughout Qingzhou. The powerful halberd was none other than Duan Yi's halberd of the gods. However, it had been thrown back with extreme ferocity, causing Duan Yi's steed to let out a neigh and raise its legs up high. At the same time, the halberd arrived and bombarded Duan Yi. Bang bang bang. The sky continued to explode as Duan Yi and his horse were sent flying. After flying for 1,000 miles, the momentum finally weakened. Duan Yi's expression was as ugly as death. His anger, which had previously weakened, had now multiplied. The demon's son had actually blocked his divine paladin. This had exceeded his expectations because his understanding of the demon's son was only that of a martial sage. What? The expressions of the experts from the various great forces changed. Duan Yi was a divine paladin and his strength had reached the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. Such an expert was not someone that the demon's son could fight against. However, they had personally witnessed the demon's son return the divine paladin's attack. Rumble. The dust on the ground churned as a shadow slowly floated up. It gave off a suffocating feeling. Amidst the billowing dust, the crowd could vaguely see darkness baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. What is that? Many people began to mumble to themselves. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing a gigantic demon. It stood on the ground and was as tall as an ancient mountain. Its entire body was pitch black, and its hands had dragon claws. On its shoulders, there was an angry dragon roaring. The visual impact it gave off was extremely terrifying. This was Lin Ling's talent fusion. This is the son of devil? Could this be his true body? I think so. Otherwise, why would he be called the son of devil? Could it be that huge monster that blocked the attack of the divine paladin? Many experts started to discuss spiritedly. Their evaluation of the son of the devil increased by another notch. The son of the devil was indeed worthy of being the fourth leader of the God-slaying alliance. It seemed that the young Master Yao of the God-slayer alliance was no fool. Since he could make the son of demon his leader, he obviously knew how strong the son of demon was. At this instant, the opinion of many people towards Lin Ling rose steadily, and it had already arrived at a terrifying limit. They came from various factions in the 9 prefectures, including the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. For them to remember someone was an affirmation of his strength. The son of the devil is someone who will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Today, we have broken off all relations with him. Based on the son of the devil's personality, he will definitely not let us go. Therefore, I feel that we must kill him here. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing many experts' hearts to surge. That's right, if the son of the devil was their friend, they would naturally be happy for him. However, the son of the devil was already their enemy. If they did not eliminate such an enemy, they would be the ones in trouble in the future. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. This was especially true for the experts from the Flying Dragon Organization and Fu Hang Manor. They wanted Lin Ling dead. This was because Lin Ling used to be their friend. However, now that they had betrayed their friend, based on Lin Ling's personality, they would definitely be the first to be killed. Son of the devil, we know that you are powerful. However, you are still not a martial ancestor. Someone from the Flying Dragon Organization shouted, "We have so many martial ancestors here. Do you think we can't kill you?" Kill him. An old man from Fu Xing Manor also spoke, as if Lin Ling was already the biggest enemy of Fu Xing Manor. His attitude infuriated falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. This was because they were familiar with the Fu Hang manor, especially Luo Riyao. He was the deputy manor master of the Qing province's Fu Hang manor. However, who would have thought that the Fu Hang manor would turn around and attack Lin Ling today? Kill him. Duan Yi also spoke coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. He could sense a terrifying demonic qi and dragon qi from the monster before him. He did not know what the son of the devil had done, but he knew that the son of the devil was not much weaker than him. This made him even more eager to kill Lin Ling. After all, not long ago, he had arrogantly arrived and called himself the Divine Sacred Knight. However, now, his Divine Sacred Knight was only SSS. Boom. The sky suddenly exploded as the experts from the various factions attacked. On the ground, the huge monster's eyes were cold. He let out a low growl that sounded like a dragon's roar. He clenched his dragon claws, causing the void to explode. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This was a powerful physical strength that had reached the power of 5,000 worlds. One had to know that Lin Ling's Sky Dragon Bone and Great Netherwind Dragon were both ultimate desolate bodies. After refining so many dragon bones in the Rainbow Realm, how could his strength be weak? At this moment, he had already transformed into a dragon god. He was even a mutated dragon god because the realm-devouring beast strength had been added to it. Rumble! The dragon claws collided with the assembled monsters in the sky. With a crash, the assembled monsters were immediately torn apart. Blood splattered across the sky. So strong. This is simply the best material for assembling demonic beasts. The man from the Great Devil Sect's expression changed drastically. Only after the collision did he realize how terrifying the son of the devil was. Woo-woo. At this moment, a large number of dead spirits surged toward Lin Ling. The entire Green Province had been poisoned. However, Lin Ling's soul power had reached 8,000 levels. He was not afraid of the dead spirits at all. Instead, the dead spirits bit his huge body, causing him to bleed profusely. The expert from the Flying Dragon organization used a fatal attack and slashed open Lin Ling's body. If not for Lin Ling's physical body being too strong, he would have died long ago with the attacks of these powerhouses. After all, they were all martial progenitor realm experts. His defense is too strong. Duan Yi's expression changed drastically. Although Lin Ling was at a disadvantage, Lin Ling was blocking the martial ancestors of the various factions by himself. He was fighting against a group of martial ancestors alone. Most importantly, he was only at the Sage Realm. Duan Yi shuddered at the thought of this. This monster's body is too huge. It's difficult to kill him in one move. Everyone, let's slowly wear him down. Chapter 3395. A chaotic battle. The martial progenitors said coldly as they continued to attack Lin Ling. Blood rained down from the sky and the ground was dyed red by Lin Ling's blood. Of course, Lin Ling had 5 dantians and the power of 5,000 realms. In addition to the 3 ultimate desolation bodies, he was not someone to be trampled on. Any first-level martial progenitor would be injured by Lin Ling if they were not careful. Swoosh. Lin Ling's mouth was like the mouth of a realm-devouring beast with dragon fangs. When a martial progenitor was too proud, he tore him apart. Die. Lin Ling's voice became deep. Seeing the first martial progenitor die, the expressions of all the experts turned grave. Everyone, don't hold back. If we allow this monster to grow, it will be our doomsday. The murderous intent in the eyes of the experts intensified. They attacked together as if they were going to destroy Qing province. The power of the progenitor exploded. Progenitor, this was the will of the martial progenitor. It also represented the power of the martial way. It could be said to be the power of returning to the origin. In fact, many martial arts of the 9 continents were derived from the power of the progenitor. For example, sword intent, sword force, ultimate martial arts, and even the power of ranks. The power of the progenitor was the ancestor of these martial way realms. Shockwaves rolled and a huge shockwave appeared, destroying Qing province and affecting Tianzhou and Crimson province. This was the power of the fusion of the power of the progenitor. These powers intertwined and turned from the shockwave into the shape of a huge sun. The power contained within was extremely terrifying. It would be easy to destroy Qing province. At that moment, many experts from the 9 continents appeared in the void and looked at the scene in shock. So many martial progenitors had joined forces. This was unprecedented in the 9 continents. It's the son of the demon. Every time he appears, waves will appear in the 9 continents. This time, the people chasing after him are martial progenitors. Even if the son of the demon is dead, he will be famous for thousands of years. The cultivators who were hovering in the void all mumbled to themselves. As for the Azure Prefecture, it seemed as if it was floating in the air. On the ground, Lin Ling had turned into a monster. He was filled with bloodlust and murderous intent. He roared at the sky like a dragon god. His aura was so terrifying that the martial ancestors' faces turned even more serious. The son of the devil could not be left alive. Rumble. Finally, the blazing sun formed from ancestral power blasted the earth. Roar, roar, roar. The monster that Lin Ling had transformed into let out a furious roar. Its dragon claws slapped towards the sky in an attempt to block the terrifying power. However, he could not retreat, because if he did, the Azure province would definitely suffer a calamity. It was also the first time in his life that Lin Ling had fought so many martial ancestors at once. Kakaka. At this moment, his huge body was also cracking open. His muscles were collapsing and blood was sputtering out. Looking from afar, it was as if a giant was blocking the blazing sun in the sky. It was a shocking sight. My lord! The people from the 6 camps all knelt down. Their commander-in-chief was blocking the top experts of the 9 prefectures with his own strength. This was a great source of pride for the Azure province. No, it was also a great source of pride for the 9 prefectures. Among the younger generation of the 9 prefectures, no one had such heroic spirit. In fact, even the cultivators in the void could not help but admire him. This was what a cultivator should be like. He fought against the heavens and the earth. He did not hesitate to fight. Kill him. When the martial ancestors saw how terrifying the monster that Lin Ling had transformed into was, their hearts trembled once again. How was he still a human? He was a godly beast left behind by a god. He won't be able to hold on for long. Duan Yi clenched his fists and veins popped out on his forehead. He wanted to see Lin Ling die. He could not let Lin Ling live. He didn't expect that he, who had come here casually, would become incomparably nervous at this moment. At the end of the day, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed was simply too powerful. Rumble. Lin Ling risked his life to block the power of the ancestors. However, the overbearing power was destroying him. He gritted his teeth and did not take a step back. In the end, the power of the ancestors drowned him. However, because of his resistance, the entire Azure province escaped this calamity. Lord Lin Ling. The cultivators of Azure province looked in the direction of Sky City. Their palms were covered in sweat. Lord. Ancestor Taiyan and the others were also watching from afar. They never expected that today's battle would attract so many top experts from the 9 prefectures. It could be said that Azure province had encountered a great calamity. There was only one person who could block those experts, and that was Lin Ling. However, could Lin Ling block them? At this moment, sorrow rose in many people's hearts. It was the feeling of a hero's lament. Lord Commander-in-Chief. Lord. The people from the 6 camps were not far from Lin Ling. However, they were unharmed. This meant that Lin Ling had blocked all the power from before. Tears welled up in the eyes of all the soldiers. They knelt on one knee. As for the martial ancestors in the sky, their faces were cold and emotionless. Duan Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He said disdainfully, "What a piece of trash. I thought that he could block those attacks. What a disappointment." Sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the 6 camps gnashed their teeth in anger. Would the divine paladins dare to block such a powerful attack? He probably wouldn't dare. He only knew how to make sarcastic remarks. He was trash. The power of the ancestors is indeed powerful. No matter how strong my trump card is, if my cultivation level is not high enough, it will be difficult for me to defeat a martial ancestor. However, at this moment, a cold voice floated up from the ground. A figure stood up from the shattered ground with great difficulty. His body was covered in blood. He was no longer a huge monster. Instead, he was in the form of an ordinary person. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still looking at the sky without fear. It was Lin Ling. He was not dead yet. When they saw the young man stand up again, the faces of all the cultivators froze. They even forgot to breathe for a moment. When all the martial ancestors joined forces, their strength was earth-shattering. They had thought that killing the Devil's Son would not be difficult. However, it seemed that they had only made the Devil's Son's monster body disappear and injured him. This showed how terrifying the Devil's Son's transformation had been. Who the hell is he? Duan Yi had witnessed Lin Ling's tenacity with his own eyes. He was shocked once again. He thought of the boast he had made not long ago. He had said that the Devil's Son would be a piece of cake. But now, despite using all sorts of methods, bullying him with numbers, and suppressing him with their cultivation, the Son of Devil was still standing on the ground, like an immovable mountain. That figure had undoubtedly left a heavy shadow in Duan Yi's heart. He is already exhausted, like a lamp that has run out of oil. It is extremely easy to kill him. At this moment, an old man from Fu Xing Manor said calmly. His words caused many people to react. They stared at the Devil's Son and realized that he was heavily injured. It was difficult for him to even stand up. It was obvious that he had lost the ability to fight. Chapter 3396. Summon the Dragon Race. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? The old man from Fu Hang Manor spoke again. His words were filled with righteousness as if he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. As for the Flying Dragon Organization and the Divine Escort Mansion, those people were also eyeing Lin Ling covetously. Their faces made Lin Ling feel a wave of disgust. He remained silent and used his cold gaze to memorize all of their ugly faces. I know you hate us, but in this world, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Son of the devil, you have perished. Lin Ling's silence made all the powerhouses believe that Lin Ling had already given up and was only remembering them at the last moment. What makes you think you can kill me? But at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Haha. Hearing this, all the cultivators laughed loudly. Wasn't this obvious? Because we're martial ancestors. An assassin from the Flying Dragon Organization said indifferently. Martial ancestor, I understand. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that it was time for today's battle to come to an end. I'm looking at you because I want to remember all of you. I'm not looking to kill you in the future, but to kill you now. A black stone appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and a wisp of ghost chi and dragon chi quietly spread out. Is the martial ancestor that amazing? Dense haze started to spread out from the rocks, causing the Azure province to suddenly become oppressive. The martial ancestor experts in the sky frowned. Lin Ling still had other tricks up his sleeve? However, they all laughed. Even Lin Ling's demon body was defeated by them. Even if Lin Ling still had a trump card, how strong could he be? I'll wait. The various experts said coldly. The haze was getting thicker and thicker, drowning the land of Qingzhou. However, in the haze, huge figures quietly appeared, as though they had come from the underworld. As for the martial progenitor realm experts in the sky, they were laughing coldly at the beginning, but they soon frowned as they sensed a sense of danger. In the end, their expressions turned serious, and a trace of fear quietly spread. As time passed, the fog finally dispersed. Towering figures that resembled the Big Dipper loomed over the earth. They were motionless, as if they were statues. However, the aura they emitted gave off a suffocating feeling. It was as if the dragon gods were sitting on the ground. However, These were all mutated dragon gods because they looked extremely terrifying, ferocious, and ferocious. There were tigers, crocodiles, eagles, and cheilants, but they also had the characteristics of dragons. The dragon race. This thought rose in everyone's mind. That's right, they seemed to have seen one of the most mysterious existences in the universe, the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had disappeared from the void of the universe for a very, very long time. However, everyone knew that the Dragon Clan was a colossus that had existed since the era of the gods. And now, the Dragon Clan seemed to have appeared before their eyes. This was especially true for the young man who was surrounded by countless monsters. At this moment, he looked even more like the king of the dragon gods. No, it should be the king of divine beasts. Upon having this thought, the martial progenitors swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. Drops of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. Martial progenitors, are you that amazing? On the ground, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out. Are they that amazing? At this moment, the martial progenitors did not feel that they were that amazing. Kill them all, leave none alive. As if the king of hell had issued the order of life and death, a gust of murderous wind blew across the ground. When the voice drifted out, the expressions of the martial progenitors in the sky changed drastically. Retreat. The expert from the Flying Dragon organization was the first to shout. He was the fastest because he was an assassin. However, the monsters on the ground were even faster than him. A huge black shadow loomed over his head. It was a huge dragon eagle. I don't know what a martial progenitor is, but compared to the ghost dragon god, you are still too weak. The dragon eagle spoke in human language. Its sharp wings swept across the sky like countless daggers. It seemed simple, but it contained the most ancient power of the universe. It was the power of a dragon. Sush. The Flying Dragon organization's assassin's body was slashed apart by countless daggers. He stared at the sky in disbelief before falling to the ground. He had killed people all his life with daggers, but today he was killed by the sharp wings of daggers. The Flying Dragon organization was the group that wanted to kill Lin Ling the most today, because they were decisive enough to eliminate the root of the problem. However, they were also the first to die. Flying Dragon Organization, what do you think? On the ground, Lin Ling raised his head with a cold gaze. The remaining assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization were in chaos. The situation had changed. Lin Ling was going to kill them all. It was like a dream for the martial progenitors. Today, so many factions had gathered for Lin Ling. They believed that Lin Ling would not be able to escape even if he grew wings and could not stop so many experts. However, in the end, Lin Ling summoned the dragon tribe to kill them all. Great Devil Sect, let's see if your assembled demonic beasts or my demonic dragons are stronger. Who's going to kill them? Lin Ling looked at the Great Devil Sect again, and the hearts of the people from the Great Devil Sect trembled. Sir, I'll do it. A huge demonic bear pounced into the sky. As it walked, its body grew taller and taller, turning into an indomitable demonic bear. Rumble. The bear's paw slapped out like a divine dragon swinging its tail, and the assembled demonic beasts were beaten into pieces, unable to withstand a single blow. Fu Hang Manor, who's going? Lin Ling was like the dragon god king, and more like the commander-in-chief, giving out missions to his subordinates. Every mission was like a life or death order. I'll do it. Godly escort mansion, who's going? Sir, I'll do it. Countless demonic dragons rushed into the sky, and an earth-shattering battle broke out. The demonic dragons from the Rainbow Realm were the demonic kings of the Silent Hills. Other than the ghost dragon god, no one could fight them. In the sky, fresh blood sprinkled down. The lives of martial ancestors were like ants, being harvested one by one. As for the people of Qingzhou, they were in a dream. Were they still the insufferably arrogant martial ancestors? Duan Yi was surrounded by countless demonic dragons, and he didn't dare to move. His body was trembling, and he could only watch as the demonic dragons destroyed everything. The experts of the various factions all fell. The God Extermination Alliance isn't the only powerful faction of the Son of the Devil. Duan-Yi muttered to himself. He had a feeling that the Son of the Devil had risen. This was no longer the Son of the Devil who had been chased by the various factions in Yen Province, and had only survived after the God Extermination Alliance intervened. He could rely on himself to sweep through the 9 provinces. At this moment, death was still spreading. Gradually, only a horse and Duan-Yi remained in the sky. Countless demonic dragons coldly looked at him, as if there were countless mountains in the sky. That terrifying aura made it difficult for Duan-Yi to breathe. Son of the Devil, who are you? Chapter 3397. The Order of Lei Gong. Senior Martial God. Duan-Yi was overjoyed when he saw the man's sudden arrival. Wenyan Martial God. Lin Ling frowned too. It was his second time seeing Wenyan Martial God since he had reincarnated. Wenyan Martial God was standing beside Duan-Yi, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling as if he could see through Lin Ling. Wenyan Martial God was indeed curious about Lin Ling. He had asked an expert who was as strong as a deity to help him and severely injured Wenyan Martial God. After going missing, he was able to summon the dragon tribe and kill martial progenitors like chopping vegetables. There were too many mysteries surrounding the son of demon. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? Wenyan Martial God added. He knew that Lin Ling possessed extraordinary strength. Impossible, Lin Ling said as he shook his head firmly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. In the past, he was no match for Wenyan Martial God. He could only conceal himself and seek revenge in secret. However, now that he had grown stronger, he was no longer afraid of Wenyan Martial God. Wenyan Martial God nodded. He was not enraged. Instead, he said with a smile, "Do I know you?" Lin Ling nodded. Lin Ling had said he did not know Wenyan Martial God when he first met him. At that time, he did not want Wenyan Martial God to suspect that he was Li Xiaoyao, but now, he had admitted it. Very well. Wenyan Martial God squinted. He had a feeling that Lin Ling must know him. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not keep picking on him. He glanced at the surrounding dragon beasts, who were staring back at him coldly. These beasts with the bloodline of the dragon tribe are indeed powerful, but I believe they are no match for a martial god. Wenyan Martial God said calmly. Lin Ling already knew about this. The reason being that the ghost dragon deity was already a half-martial god, but the demonic dragons were helpless against it. However, Lin Ling was not completely helpless. He still had a trick up his sleeve, which was to merge with the demonic dragons and transform again. This transformation was definitely stronger than the transformations of the 3 great innate skills. Although he was still no match for martial god Wen Tian, at least Lin Ling could escape safely. You'll know once you try. Therefore, Lin Ling replied calmly. Seeing martial god Wen Tian again, Lin Ling no longer wanted to hide anything. He wanted to confront him head-on. Wenyan Martial God chuckled in a carefree manner. No one could tell what he was thinking. Son of the Devil, Lei Gong requests an audience. However, at this moment, Qing Prefecture attracted another important figure. It was an old woman in her 70s. Her face was full of scars, but she stood upright like a pine tree and her spine was like lightning. Her appearance had come without any warning, which meant that her strength was also at the peak of the 9 prefectures. She placed her hands behind her back and glanced coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not familiar with this person, but he could sense that her strength was unfathomable. Qing Prefecture has attracted the ancient experts of the 9 prefectures just for me. Lin Ling could not help but sigh inwardly. Lei Gong. Hearing the old woman's words, martial god Wen Tian's expression changed a little. His eyes were filled with deep meaning as he glanced at Lin Ling and eventually nodded. Duan-Yi, let's go. I'll take you back. Then he strode forward. Duan-Yi stood there in a daze. Suddenly he roared, Martial God, are we going to let him go just like that? He thought that Wenyan Martial God had arrived and the son of the devil was dead for sure. However, Wenyan Martial God did not touch the son of the devil and left just like that. If Wenyan martial god left, Duan Yi would have come for nothing and lost all his face. After all, he had boasted that it would be easy to capture the son of the devil alive. However, all the people he had brought with him had died in battle, leaving him alone to escape with his tail between his legs. How could he take this lying down? Let's go! Wenyan martial god did not waste time and said indifferently. But Duan Yi was still unwilling. However, just as he finished speaking, Wenyan martial god stopped and raised his hand to slap him. Slap. The crisp slap caused Duan Yi to spit out blood. His body trembled violently and he could only follow Wenyan martial god. Once he left, the sacred cavalry of God would be easily captured. All of this was just a joke. After many twists and turns, the battle of the Qing prefecture finally quieted down. However, this battle was bound to shake the 9 prefectures. This was because too many experts had been mobilized for this battle. Even the martial god had personally come. However, the son of the devil remained unscathed. Instead, he had left behind a ferocious name in the Qing prefecture. The Qing prefecture was not to be trifled with or humiliated. The son of the devil is truly powerful. He actually managed to fight the martial god head-on. Furthermore, this fellow has summoned the dragon race. He can kill martial ancestors as easily as killing chickens. I think he should be able to enter the final world of the 9 prefectures. In the universal void, the martial artists were discussing spiritedly. In the 9 prefectures, there had always been a final world. And the origin of this world was the Miao prefecture. Legend had it that warriors who could enter the final world were bound to become experts in the era of gods. Millions of years later, they would be called gods by their descendants. Unfortunately, the final world's entrance was too high. The 9 prefectures were vast and boundless. Less than 100 people could enter each year. This was because one could not enter without an ultimate desolate body. As for the son of the devil, he had been in the limelight during this period of time. He had risen like bamboo shoots after a rain. There were very few people in the 9 prefectures who did not know him. Therefore, he had the qualifications to enter. Senior, why are you helping me? After the Qing prefecture gradually calmed down, Lin Ling asked the cold old woman. By order of Lei Gong. The old woman lightly said, You don't need to know so much. Just follow me. I'll bring you to see Lei Gong. Where's Lei Gong? Lin Ling asked. The final world, which is the world of gods. You have a grudge with the new heavenly courts. If you want to deal with them, you have to enter the final world. Only there will you have the qualifications. The old woman continued, Furthermore, not everyone has the qualifications to enter. The main reason is that you have been in the limelight during this period of time. Your growth in strength is also terrifying. Therefore, Lei Gong wants to see you. I got it. Lin Ling immediately nodded. This Lei Gong was definitely extraordinary. After all, even martial god Wenyan had to give him face. However, this Lei Gong had specially come to find him? Was he friend or foe? Lin Ling quickly shook his head. Regardless of whether Lei Gong was friend or foe, this trip to the final world was indispensable. After all, he had already begun his revenge. Only by going to the final world could he openly take revenge. Furthermore, he still had a wish. That was to save the people in the rainforest sacred land and bring back Inuer. All of this required great strength as the foundation. And the final world could allow him to fulfill these wishes. I'll go with you in 3 days, Lin Ling said to the old woman. The old woman nodded and turned to leave. After Lin Ling kept the dragon demons, he led the army back to the imperial court proudly. The Qing prefecture had won this battle. Now, no one dared to provoke the Qing prefecture. Chapter 3398. Xingxiu Yun's Heart Knot. After returning to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, everyone was happy for Lin Ling. They knew that the Azure Province would have 100 years of peace from now on. In the 9 provinces, everyone remembered the name of the Son of Demon. The Son of Demon represented the entire Azure Province. Since he would be leaving in 3 days, Lin Ling had been accompanying his family all this time. On the second day, he went to the spirit province to visit his master, Xingxiu Yun, and the others. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that Xingxiu Yun and the others also knew about the great battle in the Azure province. The entire spirit province was shocked, but also extremely happy, because to the spirit province, the son of demon was their realm emperor. In the past, they didn't dare to spread this news, but from now on, they no longer had any scruples. Moreover, the spirit province could borrow the deterrence of the son of demon to prevent other powerhouses from acting arrogantly in the spirit province. This guy, it's only been a few years since the great battle in the flame province, and he's already grown to this extent? Young Beast Lord said excitedly when he received the news from the God-slaying alliance. Yi Shui and the others felt a sense of pride. After all, the son of demon represented the God-slaying alliance. He, second brother, is finally back. This guy even killed a martial ancestor powerhouse. It seems that his strength has greatly increased. Lin Ling can go to the final world. Sakura, Meng Lu, and Wangu Wuji were happy for Lin Ling, but they also felt pressure in their hearts. They didn't want Lin Ling to surpass them too much. Their goal was to reach the martial ancestor realm. Once they stepped into this realm, they would reach the peak of the 9 provinces. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Second brother and I have cultivated for almost 3,000 years. We started as weak existences and finally stood at the peak of the 9 provinces. We have become the idols of all the martial artists in the 9 provinces. Looking back, it really wasn't easy. Thinking of every little thing that had happened to Lin Ling, Sakura couldn't help but sigh. He and Lin Ling had once practiced martial arts at the 7 Profound Martial House. At that time, they were young and full of vigor, arrogant and unruly. Their goal was to reach the pinnacle of the world, but they had never imagined that they would one day achieve such accomplishments. I have to say, you and Lin Ling are the pride of the North. Meng Lu was different from Lin Ling. His background was better, but he still hadn't surpassed Lin Ling. This made him very depressed. It was because he knew just how difficult it was to rise up in the 9 provinces and 10,000 realms. It could be said to be 1 in 10,000. It's not just you, even I have been surpassed by him. Wangu Wuji interjected as he exchanged glances with young Master Yao. Fighting spirit rose in his heart as well. This was especially true for young Master Yao. In the past, he had been stronger than Lin Ling and represented the face of the God-Slayer Alliance. But now, whenever people talked about the God-Slayer Alliance, the first thing they would talk about was the son of the demon. Continue to work hard. The battle isn't over yet. After that, young Master Yao smiled and said, "This time, the forces from the 9 prefectures that came to kill Lin Ling are very powerful. Other than the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, there are also the Fu Hang Manor, the Godly Escort Mansion, and the Flying Dragon Organization. These giants of the 9 prefectures are already Lin Ling's enemies. They are also the enemies of our God-slaying alliance." That's right. With second brother's temperament, as long as he steps into the martial ancestor realm, he will definitely take revenge. We cannot let second brother take revenge alone. Sakura nodded. Let's go to the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 provinces, the Kai Yuan River. If we can obtain the treasures left behind by the gods, our strength will greatly increase. But don't underestimate the Kai Yuan River. It's not simple to be called a forbidden land. The God-slaying alliance's goal this time was the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 provinces. The Kai Yuan River was located in the void of the universe. It was a divine river with countless secrets, but it was also extremely dangerous. However, in order to become stronger, the God-slaying alliance would not hesitate. Just like them, Lin Ling also saw the Fortune Merchant Manor, the Flying Dragon Organization, and the Divine Escort Mansion as his enemies. If he stepped into the martial ancestor realm, he would definitely kill these great enemies. After chatting with Xing Shiyun and the others for a long time, Lin Ling suddenly felt that Xing Shiyun really wanted to go to the Yan province. After all, that was Xing Shiyun's hometown. Lin Ling even knew that Xing Shiyun wanted to return to the Great Change Nebula sect more than anything else. Lin Ling also intended to let Xing Shiyun go back and take a look. After all, He owed his master too much. As for returning to the Yen province, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of anything. Even martial god Wen Tian did not dare to touch him. This showed how terrifying Lei Gong was. He believed that the experts in the Flame Emperor would know everything. "Let's go, master. I'll go with you to the Yen province." Then Lin Ling said to Xing Xiun, "Let's go back to the Yen province." Xing Xiun was obviously excited, but he still seemed to be unable to let go. "Yes, you've left the Great Change Nebula sect for many years. It's time to go back and take a look," Lin Ling said with a smile. "Go, old Xing. I know that this is your lifelong wish. In the past, you were too ashamed to go back. But now, you should be able to go back with pride." Yes. He had known Xing Xiun for so many years and naturally knew the knot in Xing Xiun's heart. "All right then." Xing Xiun nodded, but his heart was filled with excitement. "Yes, we're going to the Yen province." Yes. Hearing that they were going to the Yen province, Xiao Yu clapped her hands happily. She had lived in the Yen province for a period of time in the past, so she was naturally familiar with the Yen province. Do Afterimage and Remnant Sword also smiled. The others immediately set out as well. They were all experts at the Saint Realm, and coupled with the fact that Xing Xiuyun was anxious to return home, the ancient continent appeared before them in just half a day's time. This was a continent where both miracles and dangers coexisted. Looking at the familiar continent, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Back then he, his elder brother, and Meng Lu fled and hid in the Yen province. Today, he no longer needed to flee or hide. He could enter the Yen province openly. "Young master, everything has changed." Do Afterimage sighed. He had been following Lin Ling and had witnessed the great changes in Lin Ling. It felt like a dream. This made him realize that following Lin Ling was better than staying in the Flying Dragon organization. Lin Ling's future was limitless. Only the world of gods was Lin Ling's battlefield. "Who's there?" When Lin Ling and the others approached the Yen province, a cold shout immediately came from the void. The Yen province was at the peak of the 9 states. The rules were still the same as before. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter, and these people were responsible for stopping ordinary people. However, in the void, Lin Ling and the others were still moving forward, talking and laughing without fear. "Who are these people? They look a little extraordinary." The experts in the void frowned, especially the young man in the lead. He wore a blue and white robe and looked calm, but he gave them a huge sense of pressure. "Sir, do you have an invitation token?" The voices of those experts changed, becoming more courteous. Chapter 3399. To Yen State. Those experts were put in a difficult position, but they didn't dare to provoke this group of people. "My name is Son of the Devil. Come and stop me if you can." Seeing that they were silent, Lin Ling said a few words and led Xing Xiun away. Xing Xiun was a little confused because he knew the rules of the Yen province. Hence, he was afraid that they would be chased away. However, he was thinking too much. In the Yen state, the name of the Son of the Devil was even crazier than in the other 9 states. After all, who in the world did not know of the Son of the Devil after the great battle of the Yen state? In addition to the great battle in the Qing province, this made everyone know that the Son of Devil was not simple. He had already caught the attention of the experts of the God's world. Even martial god Wen Tian did not dare to touch the Devil's son, let alone them. Tell the Flame Emperor that in the future, I, the son of the demon, will personally pay him a visit. While those experts were trembling with fear, a faintly discernible voice sounded in their ears, giving them a fright. The Son of the Devil was openly provoking the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor was the second most powerful emperor god in the 9 states. He was 100 times more powerful than the other emperors. Even the 9 states' 10 evils did not dare to provoke the Flame Emperor. However, the Son of the Devil dared to do so. "Inform the Flame Emperor immediately," an expert said anxiously, transmitting sound over. "The Son of Devil is here." The Flame Emperor immediately received the news, and his expression was extremely ugly. "Flame Emperor, how should we deal with the Son of the Devil?" These powerhouses also wanted to see what the Flame Emperor would do. After all, the son of the devil had already said that he would personally pay him a visit in the future. With such arrogance, the Flame Emperor couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Ignore him. However, the Flame Emperor sent a cold order. There was only one sentence: ignore him. What? All the experts were shocked. The son of the devil would definitely come looking for the Flame Emperor in the future, but the Flame Emperor did not even dare to fart and pretended not to see it. This was a huge humiliation. This also meant that the Flame Emperor was wary of the demonic son. Little did they know that the Flame Emperor was also furious, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he didn't know who came to help the demon son, he knew that martial god Wentian personally went to find the demon son but returned empty-handed. This explained everything. Since the Flame Emperor was able to become an emperor god, he was no fool. He knew that this was no small matter. Perhaps it was related to the secrets of the final world of the 9 prefectures and the world of gods. He knew that at the peak of the 9 continents, outside of the Miao continent, there was another world called the world of gods. That was where the 4 gods resided. Throughout the countless years in the 9 continents, all of the rising experts and geniuses from the myriad worlds ended up in the world of gods. Even the Flare Emperor had never been to that world. He only knew that it was connected to Miao State and was known as the World State. He guessed that Lin Ling might have caught the eye of one of the 4 great gods. Therefore, the Flame Emperor could only watch as his enemy continued to grow and become stronger. Eventually, he would come knocking on his door, but there was nothing he could do. Bastard, even though the demon son is strong, he has only killed initial stage martial ancestors. He is no match for me. I am stronger than him, but I can only watch and not kill him. In the Flame Emperor Divine Palace, the Flame Emperor flew into a rage and smashed countless crystal godly cups. However, Lin Ling was right under his nose, advancing without fear. This place, I remember, Xing Shiyun said excitedly as he walked. He saw the footprints of his childhood. All of this made him feel nostalgic and excited. Lin Ling accompanied Xing Shiyun. Of course, his eyes were also looking around. When he saw the destroyed fighting arena, he also thought of the 9th god's eye. Not long after, the Grand Change Nebula sect appeared in front of them. However, this once glorious sect was now in decline. He could vaguely see that the Grand Change Nebula sect was mostly made up of seniors from the older generation. Even if there was a younger generation, their talents were very ordinary. Obviously, after the battle in the Yen state, the disciples of the Grand Change Nebula sect had left. Therefore, the Grand Change Nebula sect could only relax the conditions for recruiting disciples. Master, the Grand Change Nebula sect. When he saw the familiar sect, Xing Shiyun became even more excited. Tears actually flowed out of his old eyes. This was because this was the place where he grew up. Every blade of grass and every piece of soil had memories that he could not bear to part with. Lin Ling and the others did not interrupt him. They stood quietly beside Xing Shiyun. They could all understand how Xing Shiyun was feeling at this moment. Suddenly, Xing Shiyun turned to look at Lin Ling and said, "Good disciple, when I first met you in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, I wanted to recruit you as my disciple from the bottom of my heart. However, all these years, I have not taught you anything at all. I am ashamed to be your master. However, today I have a request. I hope you can agree to it." "Master, please say it." Lin Ling nodded immediately. Although Xing Shiyun had not taught him any martial arts, Xing Shiyun had helped Lin Ling many times. For example, during the Qing state calamity, Lin Ling fought against the former Emperor Qing. Also, when Lin Ling sought refuge, Xing Shiyun recommended him to the Yen state. All of these were great favors. "Disciple, please spare the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect." Xing Shiyun pleaded when he saw Lin Ling nodding his head. "Sure." Lin Ling agreed immediately. Although he did not like the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, it was his master's home after all. He would give him face. Thank you, thank you." Xing Shiyun almost knelt down. However, he was helped up by Lin Ling. This was his character. He did not care about the strength of the other party. He only cared about the relationship. Therefore, even if Xing Xiun was not strong, Lin Ling would still treat him as his master. Let's go and have a look at the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, Lin Ling said with a smile. Xing Xiun seemed even more excited and took the lead to move forward. The Grand Simplicity Nebula sect was indeed in decline. Only some of the younger generation were practicing martial arts. However, their aptitude was too poor. This made the elders shake their heads helplessly. They remembered the pride of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect in the past. There was once the first half-step sage realm in the Yu state, the strongest half-step sage realm in the Yen state, and even the famous son of the devil. However, things remained the same, but the people had changed. All the pride and glory had left. Until now, they regretted their actions that day. One wrong step had led to a complete disaster. Moreover, after that incident, the old ancestor of the Grand Simplicity sect rarely came out. Perhaps he felt too ashamed to face others. Oh, this is the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? The heroic sect from the Battle of Heavenly King Mountain? Why are there only old men and children? It has not fallen to this state. How ironic. This is karma. When the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect was a heroic sect, they were so arrogant. Now they know the pain. At this moment, several figures appeared at the mountain gate of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. They smiled and looked at the declining Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. They were wearing fiery red robes, which let the people of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect know that they were from the Fire Fox Valley. The Fire Fox Valley was also a sect in the Yen state. In the past, they were on par with the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, after the Battle of Heavenly King Mountain, the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect rose and the Fire Fox Valley was naturally trampled under their feet. Chapter 3400. He was back. Today, I am here to learn from my master. Grand Change Nebula sect, send your disciples out to fight. After everyone from the Fire Fox Valley stood still, a red-haired young man laughed proudly. Hearing this, the elders of the Great Change Nebula sect clenched their fists. The Fire Fox Valley had come to humiliate them. After all, the Great Change Nebula sect did not have any rising stars. Why isn't anyone talking? A bunch of trash. The red-haired youth laughed again. Fire Fox Valley, don't go too far. The elders of the Grand Change Nebula sect shouted angrily. He couldn't stand that young man's arrogance. Elders, this is just a normal exchange of pointers between disciples. Why are you all so angry? Or do you really think of yourselves as a bunch of trash? At this time, the elder of Fire Fox Valley smiled and said slowly. The elder of Great Change Nebula sect could not refute him. This was indeed the rule of the Yen state sects. As the saying goes, there is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. Martial artists, no matter where they go, there is no lack of sparring. Somebody come. The red-haired young man spoke again. He looked ahead with a contemptuous gaze and pointed at a person. Are you coming? The disciple immediately lowered his head. It's still you. The other disciple also lowered his head. No one dared to fight. After all, if they really fought, they would only be humiliating themselves. How could the Tai Patriarch not notice this? He hid in the sect leader's room and sighed softly. He didn't even dare to show his face because if he did, he would only be ridiculed even more. He could not help but miss the glorious days of the Grand Change Nebula sect. But in the end, he only regretted and sighed. If the Great Change Nebula sect had stood behind the son of the devil that day, perhaps the Great Change Nebula sect would still be glorious today. The Tai Patriarch knew that he had made the wrong bet. He had practiced martial arts for thousands of years, and this was probably the worst decision he had ever made. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful he was, he didn't have the ability to turn back time, and he couldn't find any medicine for regret. Fire Fox Valley? I remember a guy called Fire Fox Ichiro. Is Fire Fox Valley a bunch of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong? However, at this moment, A disdainful voice suddenly floated out. At the mountain gate, several figures slowly walked over. The person in the lead was wearing a long blue robe. His face was delicate and pretty, and his temperament was extremely otherworldly. Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to speak? The fiery red-haired young man coldly said. After he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Who is it? The elder of the Firefox Valley sneered. That person was courting death. When they saw that the person who had arrived was of similar age to their disciple, they immediately stopped being afraid. In the Yen province, there were less than 10 people who were of similar age to the red-haired young man who were stronger than him. So, the blue-robed young man was courting death. As for the red-haired youth, he immediately used his ultimate technique. He wanted to show off his strength and win glory for the Firefox Valley. You're too weak. However, the blue-robed young man still strode forward, seeming to be carefree. You're not an expert if you rely on your mouth. Forget it. Since you want to stand up for the Great Change Nebula sect, I'll let you know what it means to overestimate yourself. The red-haired young man's ultimate technique exploded. Flames surged and turned into a 9-tailed firefox. This was an 8th-grade desolation body. His cultivation was at the first Heaven Sage realm. Even if the former genius of the Great Change Nebula sect, Zilong, and the rest were present, they would not dare to underestimate the red-haired young man. No wonder the red-haired young man was so arrogant. Rumble. A powerful attack blasted toward the blue-robed young man. It was earth-shattering. The aftermath of the attack shocked the Great Change Nebula sect. Many disciples turned pale. After witnessing the strength of the red-haired young man, they realized how big the gap was. After the attack, the red-haired young man sneered, "I'm sorry. You can only withstand one attack from me. That's all you have. Moreover, I injured the people around you. You can only blame yourself. I'm also sorry. You can only withstand one attack from me. That's all you have." However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted out. Then, in the billowing flames, a punch blasted out like a dragon's roar. Rumble. The speed was so fast that it blasted the void. The red-haired young man's face changed drastically. His opponent's punch had given him a huge pressure. It was as though he was facing a dragon. Put, put, put. The 9-tailed firefox behind him immediately exploded. His figure was also sent flying. He glided along the ground and smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. The facts proved that he could only withstand one punch. What? The elders of the Firefox Valley changed their faces drastically. The Great Change Nebula sect was silent. Soon, the elders of the Great Change Nebula sect were stunned. Then, their bodies trembled with excitement. They had recognized the blue-robed young man. They had never expected that the person who appeared in front of them when the Great Change Nebula sect was at its lowest point was him. It was the man who had changed the world of the 9 regions. I don't believe that you're more powerful than me. At this moment, the red-haired young man spat out blood. His face was extremely hideous. He had lost. He could not even withstand one punch. How could this be? He did not believe it. He would rather die than believe it. This must have been caused by his carelessness. One had to know that he was one of the top 10 geniuses in the Yen state. He was also the pride of the Firefox Valley. Ningpingju, you can't. You're no match for him. At this moment, the elders of the Firefox Valley exclaimed, "Impossible. Elder, don't boost the morale of others and diminish your own. I, Ningpingju, am not afraid of anyone in the world. No one of my age can defeat me." The red-haired young man roared hysterically. Then he pounced forward again. "I don't care who you are. You're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. No, he's the son of devil." However, just as he rushed to the blue-robed young man, an anxious voice came from the elder of the Firefox Valley. The red-haired young man maintained his posture. However, he felt as if he had been struck by thunder. All his unwillingness and anger disappeared at this moment. The son of devil. The blue-robed young man was the son of devil? How could he not have heard of such an expert? Why don't you attack? The blue-robed young man put his hands behind his back. He looked at the red-haired young man indifferently like a martial arts grandmaster. I was wrong. Elder, I was wrong. The red-haired young man knelt down directly and kept kowtowing. Not only did he not dare to fight, but he also looked extremely respectful. This made the disciples of the Great Change Nebula sect dumbfounded. Who was the blue-robed young man? Why was he so powerful? Just one sentence was enough to make the red-haired young man not dare to fight. Get lost. The blue-robed young man spat out a word. Let's go. Let's go. The people of the Firefox Valley said hurriedly. Their faces were extremely pale. They dragged the red-haired young man and left quickly. I said get lost. The blue-robed young man put his hands behind his back. His tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Understood. The previously arrogant Firefox Valley experts were now rolling down the mountain gate. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.